All right, and can you list the date?
It's April 20th of 2020.
Of 2020 and the time?
Time is 2:51 p.m.
Is that right? All right, and can you keep going?
The second one states, and Jamie knows about it. And that's dated 4/20/2020 at approximately 2:52 p.m. The third one, this guy I dated in high school and college. We broke up because I was finishing school, and after he got out of basic training, he was deployed to South Korea. That was dated 4/20/2020, 2:53.
Okay, and I guess we should have started with this, Detective Walton, and I apologize. These texts are from Jennifer Faith, correct?
Yes.
And who were they to?
Her friend, Tina Spring.
Okay, and who is Tina Spring?
A good friend of her, close friend of hers.
Okay, and where does Tina Spring live?
Arizona.
All right, and did she know Tina Spring? Did you come to find out that she knew Tina Spring when she lived in Arizona?
Yes, they used to work together.
They used to work together?
Yeah, Jennifer, Mrs. Faith, was actually Tina's supervisor.
Okay. And at some point during the investigation, after you get these texts, do you go out to Arizona and actually speak to Tina Spring?
Yes, I do.
Okay. And does Tina Spring confirm that, yes, she did get these texts from Jennifer Faith?
Yes.
Okay. Okay, so what we're reading, the green bubbles, is everything is Jennifer Faith so far, correct?
Yes,
So the guy she dated back in high school and college.
that's correct.
Okay, can you read the next one?
The next one states he ended up going to Special Forces and served 26 years. That's April the 20th, 2020 at 2:53 as well p.m.
All right, and the next one?
Just retired and found me. 4/20/2020 at 2:53 p.m.
The next one.
The next one said we were going to get married at the time. And that's also on 4/20.
All right.
Said,
Read the next four.
okay. So then I met Amber's bio dad. That's 4/20/2020. Right after he left. It's been crazy, and I know I am so stupid for doing this. And I know you're at work, and I'm probably blowing your mind right now. Laugh out loud.
Okay, and then we have a response from Tina, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, can you read that for the jury?
Tina responds, no, it's totally okay. And that's 4/20/2020 at approximately 3:17 p.m. He said, Jamie knows. How does he feel?
And Jennifer's response?
Scared and sad is what he said. Tina, we haven't had sex in 4 years.
And then Tina's response?
Why?
Okay. Can you continue reading?
Yes.
This is from Jennifer.
Yes. See, I told him I feel like we love each other, but we are not in love with each other. He said, I don't know. I constantly try to initiate. Tina responds, I give you credit for being upfront.
Okay, and continue with Tina.
Where does the other guy live?
Jennifer's response?
Tennessee. He's originally from Tucson. His mom and siblings are still there.
And a response from Tina?
He was stationed out of Tennessee and bought a house there with 20 acres. So he's there now.
Sorry about that.
And Tina responds, oh wow. How often do you talk?
This is still on 4/20, correct?
Yes, correct.
And her response?
All day, every day. That's 4/20/2020 at 3:38 p.m. Text mostly. Calls at least once a day.
Okay.
He's in the middle, left, Darrin.
Presumably they're talking about a photo.
That's correct.
All right.
Tina responds, OMG, you look so cute. He's cute too.
Okay, so in this, what Rose finds is that she's having an emotional affair
Correct.
and that his name is Darrin. and that he lives in Tennessee.
That's correct.
Okay. What do you guys do with this information?
We started doing more research, checking our databases, and also too, I believe that we found some information.
Well, before you get there, what do you do in the phone? Do you find anyone named Darrin in her contact list?
Right.
Okay. And what is his name?
Darrin Lopez.
All right. And what is the information given in that contact of Darrin Lopez?
His telephone number, and I believe his one of his emails, and the address. Yes, and also his address.
Okay. And where does his address state he resided?
I believe in Cumberland Furnace, Tennessee.
Okay.
I believe it was Sweetwater. Sweet Home is the street.
Okay. So the same information generally that you're getting from this text from Jennifer to Tina, you're finding matches this contact for a man named Darrin Lopez.
Yes.
Is that correct?
Yes.
All right. And what do you do with this information?
We began checking databases, and then we, once we learned his address, we contacted one of the local agencies to drive by there. Once they arrived on the street.
Slow down just a little bit so they understand what you're doing. So he's in Tennessee, as
Yes.
far as you know. And you're asking what local agency to do a drive-by?
I believe the local agency there, I can't remember the exact name of the agency, but we contacted them.
The local police agency or local
Yes.
sheriff's office?
Yes, ma'am. And they did a drive-by where they could not see the house because it was far from the road. It's on 20 acres.
Okay, so it's true he did have 20 acres or such?
Yes.
Okay, and they couldn't see anything from the road?
No.
Okay. Tell me, before we even get there, also what did you find from your checking all the LEA databases, the law enforcement agency databases? What do you find that also connects Darrin Lopez to your case here in Dallas?
Could you
Do you
restate?
find that there's a particular car that's registered to him?
Oh, yes, the Nissan Titan truck.
Okay. And do you come across that after you get the information about Darrin Lopez and his contact information?
Yeah, we learned that he had a Nissan truck, Titan truck. Yeah.
Okay. And what was registered to him and where it was registered to him also matched the address in Tennessee, is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. So after you can't get anyone, and this is around mid-October, would that be correct?
That's correct.
After you do not have any success in seeing where his truck is, what do you do next? Or if his truck is there, or if he's there?
Detective Barnes, I believe he contacted some of his contacts on the federal side that was down there on the ATF, and they were able to do a flyover his residence.
Okay, all right. And we'll be talking to Detective Barnes later. And here's where, can you explain to the jury, here at this point, you and Barnes start working together
Yes.
pretty closely. Can you tell the jury why?
Detective Barnes, dealing with the state side, he's a homicide detective as well, but he also is ATF. So the access that he has on the federal side was great for this investigation because we found out that the potential suspect lived out of state.
Okay. And so he's contacting the feds, and which agency is he contacting?
ATF.
At the ATF, okay. And we will talk to him later, but during the course of the investigation, you come to find out that Barnes is able to get them to do a flyover, is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, and what do you get from this flyover?
We received photos of the actual property and the truck with the T emblem.
Okay, so that's confirmation that this particular truck is at this house that matches Darrin Lopez's name and Darrin Lopez's address.
That's correct.
Okay.
Why don't you mark your spot? We're going to take our lunch break right now. Remember, the jury is 5 till noon. I'm going to give you some instructions. They're not different than what I've told you before. Please don't do any independent research on this case. Please don't discuss the case even among yourselves. And please be back in the jury room at 12:45, ready to come back in to continue this trial. Thank you very much. All rise for the jurors. Sheriff, y'all may be seated. Court's in recess. As you take your seat, you're still under the oath that I gave to you previously. Whenever you get situated, and Ms. Mitchell, whenever you're ready, you may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Detective Walton, you're the same detective that was testifying prior to lunch, correct?
Yes, this is correct.
All right, and you and I think we left off where you were talking about the ATF that had done a flyover of the home in Cumberland Furnace, Tennessee.
Yes, that's
Okay,
correct.
and that there was a truck that was matching, with the same sticker matching the truck in Texas on the date of October 9th of 2020, correct?
That's correct.
All right, and the same address that was in the phone of Jennifer Faith's phone here in Dallas, Texas, correct?
That's correct.
All right. With this information, I know there's a lot going on. You have various search warrants going out. You're talking to people, correct?
That's correct.
May I approach the witness, Your Honor?
You may. You can have permission to approach the remainder of the trial, okay? Both sides can. Go ahead.
I'm going to show you what's in marked as State's Exhibit 83 and State's Exhibit 84. I want you to take a look at these. This is an affidavit for a search warrant.
Okay, yes, ma'am, it is.
And that search warrant is for,
Cell phone records for Darrin Lopez.
okay, and that was through Verizon, is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay, and the dates of the search warrant for the Verizon records, can you,
Yes.
I believe it was 10/1 to 10/30, but if you could double check.
Yes, 10/1/2020, 12 a.m. Through 10/30, 2020, 11:59 p.m.
Okay, and can you go ahead and list the phone number for Darrin Lopez that's listed on that?
Yes, ma'am. 615-630-3046.
All right, thank you very much. And can you just take a look at State's Exhibit 84? Do you recognize that? It's the business records from Verizon.
Okay, yes, I do.
Okay, and when you get Verizon, when you do a search warrant for Verizon call records, what do you get back?
The business records.
The business records?
Yes.
Mhm. The call detail records, is
Yes.
that what that is? Okay, commonly called a CDR?
Yes,
Okay. All right, at this time, Your Honor, I'd like to offer into evidence State's Exhibit 83 and 84 for record purposes.
We have no objection.
83 and 84 admitted for record purposes only.
Right. Okay, so let's just go over that one more time. When you're doing a search warrant for these Verizon records for somebody's, it should, all you have at this time is a cell phone number, correct?
that's correct.
That number that you've already read in.
Yes, that's correct.
And the records that you get back, and again, we'll have an analyst come and talk about this, but the records that you get back from Verizon are called detail records normally, but just based off the phone number, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And what was the purpose in doing the search warrant from the time of 10/1 to 10/30 based off the number that you had received from Jennifer Faith's phone?
We were trying to place him at the scene in Dallas.
Okay. Sometimes you can get location data
Yes, you can.
on the phone, sometimes you can't.
That's correct.
Okay. Were you also trying to see any communication between the two during this time?
Yes, I was.
Okay, and were you also trying to see a level of communication between the two of these during this time?
Yes.
And you eventually do get these records back, and the analyst was Jessica Mast who did it, is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And again, she's going to testify, but these records, just based off your memory, they show communication between Jennifer and Darrin during the month of October.
Yes, I do.
Okay. Do you recall anything interesting about that time period, particularly around the time of the murder? I'm sorry, the death of James Faith.
I remember there being a lot of communication during that time frame.
And then right around October 8th and October 9th, is there anything that changes?
Yes, I think the hours, approximately 28, 29 hours of the communication changing.
Okay, all right, make sure you speak up, Detective Walker.
I got you.
Okay, so there comes a time where there's almost no communication between Jennifer Faith and Darrin Lopez.
That's correct.
Okay, and these are the dates that are at the time of Jamie Faith's death, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
All right. At the same time that you were doing the search warrants for the call detail records from Verizon, you were also speaking with Jennifer Faith, correct?
Yes.
And at one point, I believe on October 12th, you and Eric Barnes, Detective Eric Barnes, go back to Jennifer Faith's house?
Yes, we do.
Can you tell the jury the reason to go back on that particular day?
We were trying to see if there was any additional information that we could receive for the investigation, and then also to check her camera. She said she had Ring cameras. We were able to get one set, and we're trying to find out why the front cameras were not working. So that's why we went back.
Okay. And when you go to her house with Detective Barnes, does she give you access to her Ring camera?
Yes, she does.
Okay, and what do you and Barnes do? Are you sitting at her computer looking through everything?
Yes, sitting at her computer. She's right there with me, and also Detective Barnes. I came across, there was a side camera. I came across an individual walking next to the vacant house, and I asked her, it was approximately 2:38 in the morning, and I asked her who that was, and she told me she didn't know. She later informed me that she talked to some neighbors, and the neighbor said that there was an individual who gets into it with his wife, and he gets drunk, and then he does stuff like that.
Okay, let's back up just a little bit on that one. Let me show you what's marked as State's Exhibit 81, and you and I have looked at this regarding the side motion Ring video.
Okay.
Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay, and you have reviewed this?
Yes, I have.
All right. Is it what was sent to you by Jennifer Faith on or about October 12th from her Ring camera?
Yes, it was.
All right. At this time, Your Honor, I'd like to offer into evidence State's Exhibit 81, the Ring camera side motion from the Faith house.
No objection.
It's admitted, make publish.
Thank you. Okay, Detective Walton, let's just back up. Before we get into the excuse she made, a suspect at this point, because she can defend tell you, is that correct?
Just the blue mask with the media guy, black eyes.
Okay,
What she said.
that's good. So all she's given you so far, and she's kind of stuck to that story, is that correct?
Yes, correct.
All right. And so when you and Barnes are looking at this Ring video, she's there with you, is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay, so she sees you, see what you're seeing.
Yes.
All right. Okay. Now, the action is, just so everyone's aware, the action is very early in the video, right? So you have to kind of pay attention right from the beginning, correct?
Yes.
Okay. All right, go turn that. Okay. And what do we see?
It's an individual wearing a blue mask, black shirt, and a ball cap,
Okay.
walking around the vacant house next to Mr. Faith's house.
All right, and let's just go back one more time because it does. I'm going to pause it. And you have come to find out after this, Detective Walton, that the blue house is a vacant house next door
Yes.
where Jamie Faith ends up dying in front of that morning.
Yes.
And the house next door, this gray house, is 926 Waverly,
Yes.
where Jamie Faith and Jennifer Faith reside, correct?
That's correct.
All right. And can you also notice when I turn this back on, the timestamp at the bottom
Yes, 2:38 a.m.
on 10/9 of 2020?
That's correct.
Okay. Now, the rest of this video does not, I believe we watched it, it does not show any human form coming back around again. Is that correct?
No, that's correct.
Oh, no, I'm sorry. Here it is. at the time, you asked her, since this is an important date, correct? 10/9 at 2:30 a.m. You asked Jennifer Faith who that person is.
Yes, I did.
And her answer is,
She said
at the time, at the day.
at the date, she said that she didn't know who that was.
Okay. And then the next day, what does Jennifer Faith do?
She called me and said that I know who that is. My neighbors had told me that that's one of our other neighbors who gets into it with his wife when he gets drunk, and then he does stuff like that. He walks around like that.
Okay. Okay. Do you continue to have contact with Jennifer Faith during this time?
Yes, I do.
And let's make it clear, Darrin Lopez ended up being arrested on January 11th of 2021, correct?
Yes, he did.
Okay. So during this investigation that went from October 9th all the way to January 11th until his arrest, correct?
Yes.
All right. So during this time in October and November and December, you and Barnes and some of the ATF people over in Tennessee are doing surveillance. Would that be correct?
Yes.
Do you know what type of surveillance the ATF was doing in Tennessee?
There was a video camera that was placed, built out of a tree, and they placed a video camera. They built it inside of a tree to catch the actual vehicle leaving the residence, and we were able to catch the vehicle with the same T emblem leaving the residence from that location.
Okay. And again, Detective Barnes was the one who was working with the ATF on that, and so he'll be able to testify and elaborate to that later.
Yes, he will.
Various search warrants are going out, especially these CDR records, and then eventually do you get Google records?
Yes, we do.
And what was the point of the Google records?
To try to place him in Dallas.
And you and Barnes do 2 Google records on Darrin Lopez's Google account, Gmail account, correct?
Yes.
Okay. One December 18th and one December 23rd. Is that correct?
Those are both by, I believe, Detective Barnes on that one.
Okay. I'm going to show you what's marked as states number 85 and 86. And this is a search warrant going to whom?
At Google.
Okay, and the date of the search warrant?
December 18th.
December 18th, okay?
Okay.
And this was for Darrin Lopez's records, correct?
Yes, that's
All
correct.
right. And then State's Exhibit number 86 would be the letter that you received from Google, is that correct?
Yeah, Detective Barnes received this letter, yes.
Okay. And then what is stapled are the returns that you get back from Google?
Yes.
Right, okay. State's number 87 is a search warrant to whom?
Google.
Okay, and for Darrin Lopez's records again?
Yes.
Okay, and that search warrant is dated?
December 23rd. Also Detective Barnes.
Okay. And then again, State's Exhibit number 88, the letter that is returned from Google referencing the
Yes.
December 23rd records and the returns on a CD. Is that correct?
That's correct.
All right. At this time, Your Honor, I would like to offer into evidence State's Exhibit 85, 86, 87, and 88 for record purposes only.
We have seen these, Your Honor, and there's no objection.
They're admitted for record purposes only.
Does Detective Barnes get these Google returns before you do?
Yes, he did.
Okay. And does he contact you?
Yes, he told me to check my email.
Okay. Does he contact you fairly early in the morning?
Yes, he does.
Okay. Because what had he done when he saw these returns?
He contacted me and verified the information.
Okay. And the information just generally showed what?
Mr. Lopez in Dallas.
That he was actually in the area?
Yes, during that time.
At the time of Jamie Faith's death?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. At this time, do you and Barnes and DPD decide to do an arrest warrant for Darrin Lopez?
Yes, I obtained an arrest warrant for Darrin, and on the ATF side, the federal side, state lines, we were working on for the search warrant for his residence. So the arrest and the search warrant together at the same time.
Okay, all right. And it is January 11th is when a group goes out. Who is the group from DPD that goes out to Tennessee to work with the ATF to potentially effectuate an arrest?
So the group, we had members of our squad. We had Detective Gross, Detective Barnes, and also Sergeant Sagala went down to Tennessee the first few days.
Right, you didn't. You stayed here.
Yeah, the first day, yes, ma'am.
Okay. And they were, and again, Detective Barnes will testify, but were they able to arrest Darrin Lopez on January 11th?
Yes, they were.
Okay. And what were you doing back here in Dallas?
Goal was to bring in Mrs. Faith in for another interview. So the goal was to bring them in at the same time, so that way the communication line wouldn't be there. So once we had her in the office with me, her cell phone was out of the room, and Mr. Lopez was getting taken into custody, and then that's when I went into another interview with her.
Okay, all right. But you brought her in to stop any communication between the two of them around the time that they're trying to effectuate an arrest on him out in Tennessee, is that correct?
That's correct. I didn't want her to let him know.
Okay. And he in fact was arrested on January 11th of 2021.
Yes, that's correct.
All right, and then the next day you fly out there.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and what do you do when you get out to Tennessee?
We got with Detective Barnes and the other detectives that were out there, and also spoke with one of the daughters of Mr. Lopez.
All right, and then one last thing regarding those texts that you and I looked at before and showed the jury regarding Tina Spring. This is State's Exhibit 78. And then we have shown you, this is the entire text stream that Cellbrite put groups together between Tina Spring and Jennifer Faith, and you were able to review this.
Yes.
Is that correct?
Yes, correct.
All right. At this time, Your Honor, I'd like to offer into evidence States 78, which is the group thread between Tina Spring and Jennifer Faith for record purposes.
No objection for record purposes, Your Honor.
78's admitted for record purposes only.
All right. At this time, Your Honor, I will pass the witness.
Cross-examination.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, Detective.
Morning. How you doing?
We've actually met a few times, right?
Yes, sir.
Today.
Yeah.
Got
Yes,
to know
sir.
each other kind of well.
Yes, sir.
So you were the lead investigator on this case.
Yes, sir. I was.
And as the lead investigator, it's your job to coordinate with everybody else doing something on the case. For example, you coordinate with Detective Barnes, you coordinate with Detective Gonzalez, who collected the evidence.
Yes, sir.
You coordinate with experts that help you with phone dumps, correct?
Yes, sir.
And you're the one. Are you the one that decides also what evidence gets to be tested or not tested?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so you're the lead person on this case.
Yes, I am.
And that's why you have that big folder here in front of you here today, right?
Yes, that's correct.
I mean, everything that was done on this case should be in that folder, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So as part of your, so you have the complete knowledge of what went on this case and what they were on.
Yes, sir.
Right. So when you were able to determine through your investigation that Darrin Lopez and Jennifer Faith had begun talking and having an emotional affair, correct?
Yes.
You were able to determine that they never actually met in person until the day of Jamie's death. Is that correct?
That's correct.
That's the first time you ever laid eyes on her since they were dating back in high school, correct?
That's correct.
And you were able to learn things about Mr. Lopez, right?
Yes, it was.
You were able to learn that as the emails talk, as the text messages between Tina and Jennifer indicate, that he had been in Iraq and Korea and different deployments as part of the special forces.
That's correct.
You were able to learn that Mr. Lopez was a decorated war hero, correct?
Yes, I was. Yes.
You were able to learn that he received a Purple Heart as part of his deployment and that Purple Heart related to the fact that he had been blown up or close to an explosion that caused him to get that Purple Heart. Isn't that true?
That's correct.
You were able to learn that he had been serving valiantly as a medic for the Special Forces the whole time he was there and put himself in danger many times, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
For the service of this country, correct?
Yes.
And you were able to learn that he had suffered and been treated for traumatic brain injury in the military, correct?
Yes, sir. That's correct.
You were able to learn that also he was determined to have PTSD as part of his as a result of his injuries and his service. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And you were able to learn this through documentation, correct?
Yes.
You were able to learn this through talking with different witnesses.
Other officers as well.
And officers as well.
Yeah.
And you were able to look at military records that indicated that that was true.
Yes, sir.
It wasn't something that was made up.
No, sir.
So you learned all these things, and then you learned through your investigation that Jennifer and Darrin had reconnected and were having this affair, right?
Yes, sir.
And you were able to look at emails. You were able to look at text messages that indicated to Darrin that she was telling him that she was being abused by her husband. Isn't that true?
That's correct.
You were able to learn through your investigation and look at emails and text messages and talking to witnesses that Jennifer created a fake email account that purported to be Jamie Faith.
It is correct.
You were able to also learn that Darrin Lopez started to receive text messages from Jennifer's phone that were from Jamie. Is that correct? Or purported to be from Jamie?
Emails, yes.
And were you able to find out if he received text messages from her phone indicating that it was Jamie?
I believe so, yes, sir.
Okay. As a matter of fact, you were able to learn that a code was used between them, so Darrin would know if he was really talking to Darrin or if he was really talking to Jennifer.
Yes, sir.
It was like, I think, a 575. Does that sound familiar?
I thought it was 381 or something like that, I believe.
If it was 571,
Yeah.
it was some type of code, right?
Yes, sir.
That meant something between them, so he could know whether it was Jamie texting her or if it was her texting, because it was just text messages. He wanted to make sure it was all coming from her phone, right?
I believe so. I just have to look at it just to verify that.
Okay, but it doesn't sound untrue to you.
No, it doesn't.
So, as the lead investigator, you talked to Jennifer. You were trying to console her, and was that done at the police department or out there at the scene?
Both.
Both.
Yes, sir.
As a matter of fact, when you were back at the police department, you even prayed with her, right?
At our residence.
At her residence, I think.
Yes,
You and
sir.
Detective Barnes prayed with her to try to comfort her, for at the time you believed that she didn't know what was going on.
I did. Detective Barnes wasn't there at that time.
And at that point, you believed that she didn't know anything, right?
At that time, yes, sir.
Because otherwise you wouldn't have been praying with her.
Well,
If you
I
thought
pray-
she was involved somehow.
I pray for everybody.
Thank you for doing that. I might need some prayer soon. We're looking at emails that were obtained through the search warrants that you testified here today. You were able to determine that Jennifer had created these fake email accounts in order to convince Darrin that she was being abused sexually and physically by her husband.
That was my initial thought. Yes, sir.
Eventually, through your investigation, you were able to figure out that the emails coming from Rob Schmidt were really coming from from Jennifer Faith, correct?
That's correct.
It was a fake email account.
Yes, sir.
Rob Schmidt had nothing to do with any of this. Right?
No, sir.
Because you were able to talk to him and determine that he had no idea that somebody was using his name.
That's correct.
and you were able to collect emails through the search warrants that were from Darrin Lopez's account.
Yes.
Were you able to find emails that were from Jennifer Faith's true account?
Yes.
How many emails do you think you found?
I can't say. I can't give a number right now.
Were you able to, one moment. When she signed the consent form, allowing you to look through her phone, the first consent time that you asked to look through her phone and sign a consent form, the emails, the text messages that you found on her phone were only the ones from Tina?
Yes, sir.
You were not able to find any emails, or I'm sorry, text messages between Darrin and Jennifer, correct?
Correct.
So it would be reasonable to believe that she had deleted all those text messages before signing that consent form.
Yes, that's correct.
But she made a big mistake, right? She forgot to delete the messages between Tina and her where she talks about Mr. Lopez. Is that true?
That's correct.
All right. You were able to determine that Jennifer instructed Darrin to remove the T on the back of that truck.
Yes, that's correct.
And that was through emails or interviews or some way through your investigation. You were able to determine that she was telling him, hey, you might want to remove that T from your car.
That's correct.
At her direction.
That's correct.
You talked about how Darrin was arrested on January 11th, but the investigation didn't stop there, right?
No, sir, I didn't.
The investigation kept going because you were not only investigating Darrin at that point, you were also investigating Jennifer instead of her actions, correct?
That's correct.
As part of that investigation, you received information through conversations with witnesses and also Darrin Lopez, correct?
What kind of information?
I mean, you received information, you were sat in on an interview. We can't talk about right now about what was said during that interview. We can't get into that at all, but we can talk about the fact that you sat down with Detective Barnes and Rick Calvert, the Assistant U.S. Attorney, Felicia Guy, another Assistant District Attorney.
I'm going to object to going into this at this point, Your Honor. It is out there generally that there's a conversation, but I believe that we're diving into details that don't need to come out.
All right, Your Honor, we're not talking about what was said.
All right, so long as we don't talk about the details
Yes.
or what was said, go ahead.
We can't talk about what was said, but you were able to make observations during that meeting, correct?
That's correct.
Did you feel, was it your perception that Mr. Lopez was being honest?
Objection, Your Honor. I think this is going into the statements of the back door.
We're not talking about anything that's being said, Your Honor.
I appreciate that, and that's sustained.
Well, as the investigation went on and you sat in on this interview with Mr. Lopez, you were still trying to interview other people who were involved in this case, including Jennifer, right?
That's correct.
Did you ever reach out or receive information that Jennifer Faith had tried this in the past with another boyfriend?
I don't recall I did.
You did?
I don't recall I did.
Okay. Is it possible that Detective Barnes received information that she had tried this with another boyfriend in the past?
I had to talk to him about that.
So we can ask him when he testifies about that.
Yes, sir.
But eventually, you were able to, you received information, either directly or indirectly as part of your investigation, that Jennifer Faith admitted to what she did.
That's correct.
She admitted that she made these fake email accounts, isn't that correct?
That's correct.
That she admitted that she had misled Darrin Lopez into believing that she was being...
Objection, Your Honor. That is, objection. That is not relevant at this time to this, and an objection that it is something that we can go into at this point.
Your Honor, we're offering this in front of the jury so they can understand that it was part of his investigation. We're not offering the proof. We're not offering any hearsay at this point. We're just offering that he learned that she finally admitted to what she did.
That's exactly your
And that's part of the investigation.
I'll let you go that far, but I think anything further than that, I'm not going to let you get into. So the objection's sustained.
So just to reiterate, as part of your investigation, you finally figured out that she admitted to making fake email accounts and misleading Darrin, correct?
I say making the fake email accounts, but I believe that they were in this thing together.
I'm sorry?
I believe that they were in this together.
Okay, you believe that?
Yes.
But you received that she didn't admit to that, did she?
She admitted to creating the fake emails and that part, yes.
Did she admit that she misled him as to her abuse?
Objection, Your Honor. Hearsay.
I think based on his answer, Your Honor.
I'll allow the answer to that question. Go ahead.
Could you repeat your question?
Did she admit that she lied about the abuse to Darrin?
Yes, she did.
And you had indicated that she gave you consent to look in her phone the first time.
Yes, she did.
Did you all ask her if you could look at her phone again?
Yes, we did.
And did she come to the police department in order for you to do that?
Yes, she did.
And did she come with her original phone, or did she come with a brand new phone?
She came with a brand new phone.
Okay. So she didn't bring the original phone that was that you really wanted to look at, right?
That's correct. She didn't bring that phone.
I pass the witness room.
Just a couple of questions on redirect, Your Honor. After Darrin Lopez's arrest, the investigation went on, as Mr. Sanchez said, correct?
That's correct.
Okay, and these emails were all found well after his arrest, is that correct?
That's correct.
Months after, is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And in fact, it was Rebecca Lopez, his estranged wife, that ended up finding the records and sending them to Eric Barnes, is that correct? Some of these emails?
That's correct.
Okay. And as far as going back to the consent form, Jennifer Faith did delete texts and emails between the two of them.
Yes,
Is
she
that
did.
correct?
Yes, she
All
did.
right. And as part of the investigation that you did with Darrin Lopez and the records that you got, it became clear that he was also deleting texts and emails from his phone, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And again, we'll hear from an analyst later and other people later, but it came to your attention that he too had emailed several texts and emails, correct?
That's correct.
Because their communication was extremely high, is that correct?
Yes.
All right. But then later, what we find in the phone does not reflect what the Verizon records reflect,
Correct.
correct? Okay. So both were deleting texts and emails and messages off their phone.
That's correct.
And just one more thing of housekeeping, Your Honor. May I approach the bench?
Sure.
I'm going to show you, I'm going to show you what's marked as State's Exhibit 164. It is not open at this point. It will be opened later, but you and I did look at this piece of evidence together at the property room, correct?
That's correct.
And that is where the property from the Dallas Police Department is kept, at the Baylor Street property room, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And you and I looked at this together, and you sealed it back up and put your initials on it. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And you were the one that brought it here today.
Yes, I
And
did.
what does this box contain?
Contains a .45 caliber Smith & Wesson handgun that was used in this murder investigation.
Okay. All right. At this time, Your Honor, I'm going to offer into evidence State's Exhibit 164 for record purposes of this.
No objection, Your Honor.
164 is admitted for record purposes only.
And Mr. Walton, if Darrin Lopez were in the courtroom today, could you identify him?
Yes, I could.
Could you please identify him by an article of clothing that he is wearing?
He's wearing a blue shirt, collared shirt with a short haircut.
All right. If I am in seat number 1 and my co-counsel is in seat number 2, which seat would he be in?
Seat number 5.
All right, thank you. May the record reflect the witness has identified the defendant in open court.
Record shall so reflect.
All right, no further questions.
I have a few more questions. Your Honor.
Go ahead.
Detective, based on your estimation, do you believe there was about 120,000 text messages between Darrin Lopez and Jennifer Faith? Does that sound like a fair number?
Between calls and text messages, 122.
122,000.
I believe so. Yes.
And do you recall that there came a point, though, where Darrin Lopez wasn't receiving text messages anymore? He was wondering why.
You talking about the day that he committed this crime?
No.
Okay.
I'm talking about at some point during your investigation, were you able to find out that they had to start communicating through WhatsApp?
I can't recall that, but I can look at it.
Can you look in your folder?
It won't be up in here. No, sir.
Do you have that information somewhere?
I can check. I can check.
Well, let me help you out a little bit. May I approach you? You gave me permission, Judge. Go ahead. Let me show you what's been marked as defendant's exhibit number 1.
Okay.
And take a look through this. And see if it's something that you recognize. Take your time. Does that look familiar?
I believe I've seen this one.
These were provided by the state to us, so you as the lead investigator
Yeah.
had no reason to have those?
Let me see here. I believe I have to go back and look.
Okay.
I have to go back and
How long
look.
would it take you to go back and look and see if you ever looked at this?
I can make a phone call or two.
So if we have to call you back up on the stand, you can do that.
Yes, sir, I can.
But just from looking at this right now, does it look like it's conversations done through WhatsApp?
Yes, sir.
Would it be unfair to me to say that just on the quick look that you had right now, that they had to start communicating because of he wasn't receiving text messages at that point?
Can you repeat that?
That just from the quick look that you had of these records that were provided by the state, did it look to you like Darrin was having trouble receiving text messages?
Just looked like some individuals having communication through that. I can't say whether he wasn't receiving them or not.
So sometime today, will you be able to go back and look for the WhatsApp messages that were part of your investigation?
Yes, sir, I can check into it.
Also, as part of your investigation, you received a letter that was written by Jennifer Faith to Darrin Lopez in the jail, right?
Yes, that's correct.
May I approach the witness room?
You may.
This was part of your investigation and also the federal investigation, correct?
That's correct.
I'll show you what's been marked as State Defendant's Exhibit number 2. Does that look familiar?
Yes, it does.
Does that purport to be a letter that you received and made part of your file that was sent to Darrin Lopez in the jail from somebody that purports to be Jennifer Faith?
There's a letter to him in the jail. Yes, sir.
Okay. And you received information that would indicate to you that that was from her?
Yes, sir.
Okay. At this time, I would move to admit the Defendant's exhibit number 2, evidence.
No objection.
Defense 2 is admitted. You may publish.
And published from overhead. Do we still call them overhead, Your Honor?
I think so.
Turn this. So you had this letter yourself in your file, and this was a letter dated October 19, 2021, and it says, "Hello. Just see if I can read this. Just a quick note to say I never lied to you, and I never sent you emails from any account but mine, as me. You once said you would never believe anything about me unless you heard it from me. I hope that's still true. There is a ton more I wish I could say, but I can't right now. Soon, hopefully. If you want to respond, you can write back to the address on the envelope. Your cousin Tony never sent the letter you wrote, only said he got one. So don't go through him anymore. 381 ... still, now, and forever." This letter here that you had made part of your file is a letter from Jennifer Faye, where she's still trying to convince Darrin that she never lied to him about the emails, correct?
That's what the letter says.
And the letter also purports that she shouldn't believe what he shouldn't believe when anybody else is telling.
That's correct.
Is that correct? As part of your investigation, you were trying to convince Darrin that he had been duped. Isn't that true?
I'm sorry?
That he had been played or that he had been lied to.
No, I wasn't trying to,
You
I
weren't
believe,
trying to do that?
I wasn't trying to convince him that he was.
Was anybody as part of the investigation, either you or Barnes or anybody else, trying to do that?
I can't say what they were trying to do, but I know I didn't.
Possible, right?
And I'm not going to say it's possible because we believe that they were in on it together.
No, you keep saying that.
Yes, sir.
What I'm telling you is, this letter says she's still denying that she ever sent anything from fake emails when we know that it's true that she created these fake emails.
Yes, sir.
So if she sent this to Darrin, she's still lying to him, isn't she?
That's what the letter says.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
I passed it.
Nothing further, Your Honor.
All right, sir, it's possible you might be recalled as a witness, so please make sure we know how to get a hold of you. Don't discuss the case with anybody else. Call your next witness, please.
All right. The state will call Jessica Mast.
Mr. Sanchez, Ms. Mitchell, can I see If you could, before you have a seat, turn and face me and raise your right hand. You swear the testimony you're about to give will be the truth.
Yes, sir.
Please have a seat. You're responding to questions first from Ms. Mitchell and perhaps also Mr. Sanchez to your left. You may proceed whenever you're ready.
Good afternoon.
Afternoon.
Can you please state and spell your name for the record?
Jessica Mast, JESSICA, MAST.
And Jessica, for whom do you work?
Currently, I work for the North Texas Anti-Gang Center.
I'm sorry, the what?
The North Texas Anti-Gang Center.
Okay, and what do you do for them?
I'm an intel analyst.
And what does that mean in that particular area?
It means that we work with law enforcement to exploit evidence in whatever form that it is received. to
Okay.
support investigations.
And what kind of evidence are you sent to analyze?
Phone dumps, CDRs, call detail records, social media records, search warrant returns.
Okay, all right. And what are you given some sort of detailed information so that you know what you're looking for?
We're giving context, yes, ma'am.
Given context, okay, all
Mhm.
right. Because now these days, there's so much data out there, right?
Absolutely.
You have to be given some context in order to filter through it.
Yes, ma'am.
When you're given, let's, for instance, CDR records, what do you do when you receive them?
With regards to call detail records, we will look for patterns in the high-frequency calls, meaning what numbers you're calling, how often, and if there is a pattern in that data.
Okay. And were you sent by Eric Barnes some returns from Verizon regarding a Darrin Lopez?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and after, and do you recall when you were sent those?
A specific date? No, ma'am. It would be November 2020.
November of 2020?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And when you got those records, and the search warrant and the record returns have been admitted into evidence under record purposes already.
Mm-hmm.
When you get those records, the returns from Verizon, what do you do with them?
I ingest them into a software platform called PLX, and we use that platform to find those patterns.
Okay. And in this particular instance, what were they asking you to do? What was Eric Barnes asking you to do?
To look for high-frequency calls for Mr. Lopez and identify if any of them had any evidentiary purposes.
Okay. Did he also ask you to compare or look for any phone calls between specifically Darrin Lopez and Jennifer Faith?
Yes.
Okay. And you were given Jennifer Faith's phone number in
Yes,
order
ma'am.
to do that. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. All right. I'm going to show you what's been marked as 89 and 90. This is State's Exhibit number 89. Do you recognize that document?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and what is that document generally?
This document is an email that was sent from me to Eric Barnes notating the patterns that I found within this case.
Okay, within the Verizon records that were sent to you in order to
Correct.
analyze. Okay, and then State's Exhibit number 90. Can you generally describe what this is?
This is detailed reports that I generated for you with regards to specific dates, both pre and post the event.
Okay. At this time, Your Honor, I would like to offer into evidence State's Exhibit number 89 and 90. For all purposes.
They're admitted for all purposes. You may publish.
All right. I'm going to publish on the Elmo, okay, just a minute. All right, so you are given the phone numbers that you want to see if there's patterns on, okay? And in this one, you were given dates, I think between from 9:30 to 10:30, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Of 2020,
Yes, ma'am.
okay. And you say there are 14,363 events. Between Darrin Lopez, number 615-630-3046, and Jennifer Faith, 602-531-4240, from 9:30 to 10:30. When you say events, what are you talking about?
Events are going to be either phone calls and or text messages.
Okay. And can you delineate between a phone call and a text message?
As it relates to the data, yes, ma'am.
I'm sorry?
Yes. you
Okay.
can-
And what is the general delineation?
The duration
Okay.
within those records.
Keep going. A text message is going to show what usually?
Text message is going to show no duration of time executed on that call.
Okay.
A phone would obviously be anything from 1 second and beyond.
Okay. So you'll see 000 usually for a text message.
Correct.
Okay. And in this one, you have 107 events on 10/9. 107 events, and you're using military time, so 1:18.
Yes, ma'am.
And the way you're wording this, from 118, means there was nothing prior to that. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. 105 events were texts and 2 events were calls.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And the calls are at what time, military?
9:43 at night and 11:23 at night.
And you give the duration, and this is all on 10/9 of 2020.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And looking at this, they do a lot of text messaging coming in. Is that true?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. You also say of the 41 phone calls between Lopez and Faith, only 19 were able to be mapped. What do you mean by that?
Meaning that there was geolocation data, whether it was tower data or a lat long, there were data there that could be mapped to a specific location.
Okay, but at that time, you could not place Darrin Lopez in Texas.
No, ma'am.
Based on the information that you have from those CDR records. Is that
Yes,
correct? Okay. Okay, and then additionally, you give some more information at the end with things from his phone. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Then the report, after you and I talk, you do a report and you summarize it on the first page. But these is an example of what this looks like, correct?
Correct.
All right, so you're only looking at Darrin Lopez and Jennifer Faith's phone events,
Correct.
okay? And you can tell outgoing and incoming, the time, the date, and the duration.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and if it's a 00, it's going to denote a text message, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
So for instance, on this date, are we using the provider date?
No, we're using the date time. The provider date would be UTC, Universal Time.
Okay, but we're using this date as the date that the messages were sent
Correct.
and received.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and then we can see, for instance, on 10/13, you have these 2 phone calls, and then you just have a string of text messages.
Yes, ma'am.
Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, incoming, outgoing, incoming, outgoing, incoming, outgoing, all day long. And then we're talking 7, 9, and it just goes in chronological order, correct?
Correct.
All right, and that's how every one of these pages is going to be with the dates. So each day denoting the events between the 2 of them, calls or emails, or I'm sorry, calls or text.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. On this one, where you emailed me and you went ahead and did a breakdown of specific dates. So not every date in October you didn't do, just specific dates, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
So 10/7, you had 699 events, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And then it's important on 10/8. Can you read what that says?
It says that there were 75 events and there was no communication after 9:07 a.m.
And 10/9, you record
107 events with no communication before 1:18 p.m.
Okay, and then on 10/10, we have 270, 10/11, 381, 10/12, 285, 10/13, 255. Again, events means calls or texts. 10/16, you have said what?
I'm sorry?
Can you read 10/16?
808.
And that it is,
1 week post Mr. Faith's death.
I'm going out of order, but I would like to offer into evidence State's Exhibit number 224. And do you recognize this?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, is this what you and I have discussed and you sent to me?
Yes, ma'am.
And just generally, can you explain what it is?
It's a further breakdown of what you see here. It delineates the difference between the calls and the texts.
All right. At this time, I would like to offer into evidence State's Exhibit 224, which again has been uploaded, and it is just a breakdown of the events from text to calls.
No objection.
Submitted, you may publish.
Okay, Jessica, is it okay if I call you Jessica?
Absolutely.
All right, Jessica, so just going side by side if we can. Probably can't. Okay. So we see on 10/7 of 2020, there were 699 texts. So every communication on 10/7 was text.
Correct.
On 10/8, we see 75, no communication after 9:07 a.m., 75 texts.
Correct.
10/9, we see 107, no communication, same thing, before 1:18. 105 texts and 2 calls.
Correct.
And then the breakdown, 266 texts, keep going, 377 texts, 4 calls, and they continue. And then on 10/16, you have 807 texts and 1 call. 1 week post Jamie's death, correct?
Correct.
All right. Now this becomes important when we're talking about looking at, well, let me back up a little bit. Again, these are records that you were getting from the provider, from Verizon, right? So presumably, records that you cannot manipulate. A
Correct.
human cannot manipulate them. They are records from the provider. However, when someone does a cell extraction, if the numbers are dramatically different from what the provider has sent, particularly months earlier, one could presume that what was on that phone was manipulated with. Is that correct?
Correct.
Did that make sense?
Yes.
Okay. So basically, texts and calls can be deleted.
Yes.
But what you're getting from the provider is going to be information that cannot be manipulated.
Correct.
Did you do anything further as analysis on this case?
No, ma'am.
Okay. Yes. And let's just be clear, you were only working with the records during this particular time, 9:30 to 10:30, is that correct?
Correct.
Yes. So you didn't have the entire length of the phone or the March through October big time frame that we're talking about. You had 1 month that you were working with.
Correct.
Okay. All right, I'll pass the witness, Your Honor. Thank you, Ms. Mast.
And you were called to make this report, correct? And you're looking at data that's provided by Verizon, right?
Correct.
You were not able to look and see what was said in those conversations?
No.
You didn't have any way to find out what was being said by who?
No, sir.
You can only see like who initiated the phone call, right?
Yes.
But you're going to look at the duration of the phone call?
The duration, whether it's incoming or outgoing.
Correct.
And the number.
But there's no way for you to know what was actually said
No, sir.
in those phone conversations.
No, sir.
Now, are you familiar with how providers limit the amount of text messages that one can receive based on their plans? Are you familiar with that?
No, sir.
Not at all?
No.
In other words, is there any way that someone can max out their text messages?
Not to my knowledge.
You're not saying it's impossible, you just said you don't know.
Correct.
That's all I have.
Nothing further, Your Honor.
May she be finally excused.
No objection.
No objection.
You may stand down. You're excused from any further service. Call your next witness, please.
Your Honor, at this time we call Anthony Sims.
Anthony Sims, come on up, please. And before you have a seat on the witness stand, could you please turn and face me and raise your right hand? Swear the testimony you're about to give will be the truth.
I do.
Please have a seat. You're responding to questions first from Ms. Mitchell in front of you, and perhaps also Mr. Sanchez to your left. You may proceed.
Actually, Agent Sims are going to respond to questions for me, right?
Very good. That's Caitlin Paver. She's
Thank you,
going to
Judge.
be asking you questions. You may proceed.
Good afternoon, Agent Sims.
Good afternoon.
Could you please introduce yourself to the jury and spell your name for the court reporter?
Special Agent Anthony Sims Jr. Name is spelled ANTHONYSIMS. Junior is JR.
And how are you currently employed?
Currently employed with Homeland Security Investigations here in Irving, Texas.
And how long have you been with Homeland Security?
About 13 years.
And what did you do before that?
Before that, I was in the Secret Service and was a pilot in the U.S. Army.
And so you have had, it sounds like, I would imagine, substantial training in various areas related to law enforcement and forensics.
That's correct.
Could you tell the jury a little bit about your training and education that qualifies you to testify about cell phone extractions, which is what we're going to talk about today?
So I've been trained with basic computer evidence recovery, mobile device evidence recovery, advanced computer evidence recovery, and I have a master's in forensics from Sam Houston State University.
And in your current role, you're the supervisor for the computer forensics lab, is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay, and so what kind of duties and obligations do you have in that role?
So I manage all of North Texas and state of Oklahoma. So all the forensic requests that come in from federal partners, state and local partners, assign forensics cases to my analyst and try to put out the products to support the investigations for the area.
And you are more, it sounds like, in a supervisory role now, is that right?
That's correct.
Okay, but are you also sometimes called upon to perform the forensic analysis yourself, such as a cell phone extraction?
Yes, I am.
And is that what happened in this case here?
Yes, it is.
And how would you go about performing this task of extracting the information off of a cell phone?
So once we get a cell phone into the lab, we'd like to review the search warrant that authorizes us to extract information. So we use a program called Cellbrite, and hook the cell phone up to the Cellbrite program. It extracts a bit-for-bit copy from the device, so that we can forensically forensically examine it using our software and our tools pursuant to whatever warrant is given to us by our partners.
Okay, and so the jury heard just a tiny mention of Cellbrite earlier, but that's the software you use to perform the analysis?
That's correct.
And just to be clear, you didn't write the software, correct?
That's correct.
How are you qualified or certified to use the software Cellbrite?
So during our computer evidence training, we have individuals from Cellbrite that come in, they explain how the software works, how the program works. They explain how to perform different extractions to obtain forensic evidence. And then we're given a certification upon completion of that training.
And you're certified to use Cellbrite, correct?
That's correct.
What kind of information can you get when you perform a cell phone extraction?
So different types of information. You can get what's called a physical, if you do a physical extraction, that gets everything on the cell phone, on the memory of the cell phone, stuff that's written to the hard drive of the cell phone. You can also get like a bare bone extraction, which is typically called something called a logical extraction, which gets basic user created information, certain things from the applications, text messages, phone calls, things of that nature.
Okay, so you could get videos?
Correct.
Photos?
Correct.
Messages?
Correct.
Pretty much anything that's on a cell phone, right?
Yes.
Okay. Let's talk a little bit about what happens to deleted files on a cell phone. Is Cellbrite sometimes able to recover deleted files during a cell phone extraction?
Yes.
What can be some of the issues with the deleted files, or what might they look like?
So when a file is deleted from a cell phone, when Cellbrite is able to extract that information, it may show up as like a red X inside the tool. And that's an indication that this file or program was deleted by a user or by the operating system itself.
And are there sometimes deleted files that cannot be recovered?
Yes.
And sometimes when we do get some deleted files, is it possible that they may be incomplete, for instance, like a text message with only a portion of the message or only a portion of the conversation?
That's correct.
And if you were to take a cell phone extraction and compare the number of, let's say, calls between two parties on any particular day and find, let's say, no calls or no text messages, and then you were to compare those to records from the service provider, such as Verizon, and they didn't match up, could that possibly be explained by things being deleted directly from the cell phone?
Yes.
Now, after you perform a cell phone extraction, how do you verify the results?
So we have something called hash value. So a hash is kind of like a social security number or a fingerprint. So whenever you forensically image something, it's like a mathematical algorithm that make sure that file or image cannot be reproduced or copied or faked. And that lets us know that we have an original and true copy of the evidence.
And so that's how you verify that nothing's been altered with or changed since you received the phone.
Correct.
In January of 2021, did you receive a search warrant from Detective Barnes with DPD/ATF asking you to perform a cell phone extraction on a phone belonging to the defendant, Darrin Lopez?
Yes, I did.
And actually, let me grab another document while I'm up here. I'm going to show you State's Exhibit 91. Does this appear to be the search warrant that you received asking you to perform the cell phone extraction on that phone?
Yes, it is.
Okay, and we see it's for a Samsung Galaxy phone, correct?
Correct.
And the IMSI, or as you told me, MC number is 311-48052. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Your Honor, at this time, the state would offer State's Exhibit 91 for record purposes only.
No objection.
Submitted for record purposes only.
And Agent Sims, did you then perform the cell phone extraction as requested in that search warrant?
I did.
And when you performed that cell phone extraction, would you have followed the standard procedures and protocols that you just described to the jury?
Yes, I would have.
And would you have taken the verification steps with the hash value like you explained?
Yes.
Okay. And if anything unusual had happened or any errors had come up, would you have noted that in your findings?
I would.
Okay. Did that happen in this case?
No, it did not.
After you performed the phone dump, would you have generated a report with your findings?
Yes.
And I'm showing you what has been marked as State's Exhibit number 92. Is that a report that you generated following the cell phone extraction you performed in this case?
Yes.
And I'm also going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit number 93. This is a flash drive, and you had the opportunity to review it with another prosecutor this morning. Is that right?
That's correct.
And did you confirm that this does in fact contain the complete cell phone extraction that you performed on the defendant's phone dump that we've been talking about here?
Yes, it does.
Your Honor, the state would offer State's Exhibit 92 for all purposes and State's Exhibit 93 for record purposes only.
This is for all purposes.
Mm-hmm.
These are text messages between you. No objection.
They're admitted, 93 for record purposes only, right? And the other one is for all purposes, that's 92?
Yes, Judge.
Yep,
Thank you.
you may publish, 92.
Thank you, Judge. Now, before we get into the contents of State's Exhibit 92, I want to ask you a little bit about your role in this investigation. Were you given sort of the general context of the investigation so you would know what to look for on the phone dump?
Yes, I was.
Okay. And do you have personal knowledge of the complete workings of the investigation?
No, I do not.
For instance, you and I were recently talking and I had mentioned some emails that came up, but you actually didn't have anything to do with those email records. Is that right?
That's correct.
Okay, and you weren't even aware of them until I mentioned them to you. Is that right?
That's right.
Okay, so your role is more focused on just this cell phone extraction.
Correct.
And I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit. Okay, I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 94. Is this a screenshot of the Cellbrite window when you perform that cell phone extraction on the defendant's cell phone.
Yes, it is.
And it shows here the same identifying information as well as your name as the examiner.
Correct.
I'll offer State's Exhibit 94 for all purposes.
No objection.
Admitted, you may publish.
Thank you, Judge. Okay, Agent Sims, let's just, so the jury understands and is aware, let's look first at State's Exhibit 94. And this is that screenshot we were talking about. So is this what Cellbrite looks like when you open it up to view a cell phone extraction?
Yes, it is.
Okay. And so we can see over here to the left, we have identifying information. We have information about the date that the extraction was performed in January. And then sort of towards the bottom left, we see some identifying information related to the phone. Is that right?
That's correct.
Okay, and so here we get Verizon and this phone number as well, correct?
Correct.
And then over to the right, we can see where there are certain content and data listed, and that's going to include contacts, calendar, call log, things of that nature.
Correct.
Okay. Now, I'm going to show State's Exhibit 92. And this is the front page of the report you generated following the cell phone extraction. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And during your analysis, did you find information that you believed to be relevant or potentially helpful or interesting to the detectives on the case?
Yes, I did.
And as we flip through, well, would you have notified them that you had found some of that information?
Yes, I would have.
Okay, and if we flip to page 3 of State's Exhibit 92, we see here you've identified some text messages that could be interesting. Is that right?
That's correct.
Okay. And we see here there is an outgoing message found on the defendant's phone on November 30th, 2020. I love you, hope you get this. And then we see another outgoing text message on 11/30/2020. Okay, reset my phone, deleted old texts. I would erase and they would pop back up. Looks like they are erased now, not sure what was going on. And what grabbed your attention about that message?
Just the fact that the two people in the conversation were discussing deleting text messages. I felt like it was relevant to the case.
And now you had been given information before this about specific dates that might be relevant, such as the date of the shooting, dates of arrest, things like that?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. And then did you also find some sexually explicit messages between those two same parties?
Yes, I did.
Okay. And so we here see on page 4 a thread of fairly explicit messages between the two parties. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And they would be of a sexually graphic nature, is that fair to say?
Yes.
And those messages would have been on November 30th, 2020, around 7:15 p.m. over the next few minutes?
That's correct.
And were you aware that the nature of the relationship between the parties involved in this case was something that would be important?
Yes.
And based on the dates that you were given, you were made aware that those text messages that we just read would have been after the shooting had occurred?
Yes.
And then I want to talk to you just a little bit about some messages that we see on page 6. Can you read that message for me at the bottom?
The sentence starts, so I woke up in a little bit of a panic, Something is eating away at me, telling me you need to take the sticker out of the back window of the truck.
Okay, and we see that that was an incoming message to the defendant's phone on December 4th, 2020. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. And had you been made aware that there was a sticker on the back of a truck that was relevant to this case?
Yes, I was.
And then on page 8, just a little less than 2 days later, on 12/6/2020, we see an outgoing text that says sticker done, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Suggesting that the defendant had quickly complied with that request. Fair to say?
Yes.
And then there are a number of other texts that you included in your report that you had identified as potentially relevant or interesting to the detectives. Is that right?
Yes, that's correct.
Agent Sims, could you please explain for the jury what UTC is, just generally?
So generally, UTC is what we call Universal Coordinated Time, where you guys, through movies, may have heard of Zulu time. So that's a international agreed upon time that keeps people from getting confused with time zones. So here we are UTC -5 or UTC -6, which is the Central Standard Time Zone.
Okay, so when you perform a cell phone extraction, does it generally, everything comes up as UTC time?
Correct.
And then you can actually go in and set the project to convert it to the correct time zone?
That's correct.
Okay, so, for instance, when we're looking at records on this case, we may see a lot of a timestamp and then it'll say UTC -5 or UTC -6, depending on daylight savings.
Correct.
Did I at some point ask you to review a short set of messages that seemed to not be in UTC time?
Yes, you did.
And did we determine that those messages came from LinkedIn?
Yes, we did.
I'm showing you what's been marked as States Exhibit number 95, excuse me. And this is a Cellbrite report generated showing the LinkedIn messages. Is that correct?
That's correct.
I'll offer States Exhibit 95 for all purposes.
No objection, Your Honor.
It's admitted, you may publish.
Thank you. And Agent Sims, so the jury can see what we're talking about. If we look at States Exhibit 95, we see up at the top the Cellbrite heading, and then Darrin Lopez is the owner, and Jennifer Faith is the other participant in this conversation, right?
Yes.
Okay. And just so we're all on the same page about where it all came from, if we zoom into this really tiny text, we can see here where it says LinkedIn.Android. Is that giving you some kind of file delineation in the cell phone extraction?
Yes, it is.
And here, we can see this message. The first one, I'll read it. Hello, wow, great to see you. Would like to connect back with you through email if I can. Mine is drlp75@hotmail.com. Can you send me yours? I hope you are doing great and happy. Talk with you soon, Darrin. Then at the bottom, we see this timestamp on that says March 17th, 2020, 3:49:23 a.m. And is that timestamp unusual compared to the other messages on the phone?
Yes.
And how so?
It's not delineated as a UTC time.
Okay. And I had asked you if there was a potential explanation for that. Do you have any potential explanations for why that might have happened with these messages?
Yeah, sometimes on your cell phones or whether it's Android or Apple, the application itself manages its own time. So in this case, I believe that LinkedIn is managing its time. It may be that time on the paper may be the time on the LinkedIn server or within the actual application itself.
Okay, so the timestamps on this may be off, it's fair to say?
Correct.
Okay, so these messages may be something where we have to rely more on context to determine when they happened.
Correct.
Okay. And just because we have them up, I'll go ahead and the next message on States Exhibit 95 is, hi Darrin, wow, was I surprised to hear from you. I hope you understand if I am a bit skittish in responding. but my email is jennifererlob@gmail.com. How do I know this is really you? But I also hope you are doing great and are happy, Jen. And then how does he respond?
The response states, would it help if I called you Angel and as you wish, Darrin?
And she says, yep, that did it, ha ha ha. Send me an email and let me know how you are. Excited to talk to you. And those messages do appear to go back and forth within less than an hour. Is that right?
That's correct.
Okay, the next thing I want to ask you about is I contacted you recently about an image that was located on the cell phone extraction. Is that right?
That's correct.
And I sent you a screenshot of the image from Cellbrite with the file info. Is that right?
That's correct.
And is that what we see here in 96?
Yes.
And this image at States Exhibit number 96, did you then go and pull up the actual cell phone extraction to verify all of this information?
Yes, I did.
Okay. And you were able to locate this file in the cell phone extraction?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time we'd offer States Exhibit 96 for all purposes.
No objection, Your Honor.
It's admitted, you may publish.
Thank you, Judge. And Agent Simpson, States Exhibit 96. You see here up at the top, and it's fairly small, it appears to be an image of a hand choking a throat, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And it is actually a small image on the phone, right?
That's correct.
And why is it small on the phone?
So that's what we consider called a thumbnail image. So whenever you download something to your Outlook or you go open a website on your phone, the phone will actually save that image in what's called a cache file, and so it could pull it up in the future if you decide to look at it again.
And so this image presumably then would have been saved on the phone because it was opened in an email of some sort.
Possibly, yes, that's correct.
And so it's possible it could be an email from another person, right?
That's correct.
Is it also possible that if the defendant had emailed this image to himself, that it would have appeared in his cache?
Correct.
Thank you, Agent Sims. We'll pass the witness.
Cross-examination, Mr. Duke.
Thank you, Judge. Good afternoon, Agent Sims. How are you doing?
Good, how are you?
Good. Agent Sims, I want to talk to you for just a minute about the deleted messages that Ms. Paver spoke to you about. The cell phone or the text messages that went back and forth looked that Ms. Faith was directing Mr. Lopez to delete everything off of his phone. Is that right?
Are you asking me if she's directed him to
Yes.
delete the text messages? I can't state that.
Let's look at them again. If I can see states 92, the extraction report. And forgive me if it takes me a second to get over to what we were talking about there. Ms. Paver might be able to find it faster than I could. Okay. Thank you. All right. So from this, on November 30th, he's responding to a message at this point. Is that right?
Yes, correct.
Okay. And informing Ms. Faith, okay, reset my phone, deleted old text. I would erase and they would pop back up. Is that right?
Mr.
Correct.
Would you mind, you might need to zoom a
Oh,
little.
my apologies. I wasn't looking up there. We'll come back up there. And we're looking at this from November 30th of 2020. So this is after the date of Jamie Faith's murder. Is that correct?
Correct.
And Mr. Lopez is texting to Jennifer Faith that he says, okay, reset my phone and deleted all texts. Okay. But he did not, did he?
We recovered the texts that were shown from the screenshot is what we recovered. So
Okay. If he had reset his phone, would this information have been available?
if he had reset the phone and then used it again, then yes.
Okay, the information after the reset would have been used. You would have found the information after the reset,
Cellbrite could have recovered it. And
but not the stuff before the reset.
if we did a physical extraction with the phone, it's possible to recover old text messages.
Possible, but not probable that you would have had this level of content.
So what's shown on the screenshot is what we recovered.
Okay. What I'm trying to get to, Detective, is that Darrin Lopez didn't actually reset his phone and delete all of this information. You were able to get it. Is that right?
That's correct.
They recovered a cell phone from Jennifer Faith as well. Is that right?
I don't know.
Were you ever asked to perform a cell phone extraction on Jennifer Faith's phone?
Not that I recall.
Were you made aware that they recovered a cell phone from her on the same day that Darrin Lopez was arrested?
Yes.
But you were never given that, so presumably they knew that she had done enough to get rid of all of that information.
I don't understand the question.
Speculation?
If you can answer the question, you can answer it. Don't speculate only from your own personal knowledge.
I'm not sure I understand the question.
Okay, let me
the way
see.
it's framed.
You never got Jennifer Faith's cell phone.
No, I did not.
Okay. So presumably they knew that she had done something where you weren't going to get the same extraction like you did from Mr. Lopez's cell phone.
Objection, I don't know how you could possibly answer that question.
Do you have any personal knowledge of that?
I do not.
Okay. Then the objection system.
Thank you, Judge. All right. Darrin Lopez did not delete the information in question. Is that right?
So the information on the extraction was not deleted. Cellbrite was able to recover that information.
And you would have been able to, your Cellbrite extraction would have been able to show if he made efforts to delete that information or reset the phone in some way, right?
Yes.
And you have no evidence of that he did that at all?
Not that I can see on the extraction.
Just as a housekeeping matter, this was returned as a federal warrant, is that correct?
That's correct.
And that federal warrant, if you look on the front page here, can you tell the jury what case number that is for?
Case number, and I'll read it phonetically, Delta Alpha 37, Oscar Sierra 21, Delta Alpha 0001.
And that case number, the current case title was?
Forensic examination of Darrin Lopez's Samsung Galaxy Note.
And that was the report title. The current case title was what?
Capital murder investigation of Darrin Lopez.
And so this was originally returned looking into the capital case against Jennifer Faith and Darrin Lopez. Is that right?
That's correct.
Okay. Darrin Lopez ultimately was not federally charged, correct?
So as a supervisor, this is an internal case file. I decide what the case files are going to be named.
Okay, so that's just a name that you made up at this point?
Yes.
I'll get this back to you so I don't lose it. Thank you. The last exhibit that the state talked to you about, number 96. So just so that the jury is clear from this cache, you can tell when this image was put into Darrin Lopez's cache, is that right?
Yes. So if you zoom in on the path section, it gives you kind of like a path, if you will. So it's located in the data section under Microsoft Office Outlook /cache, and then the file was downloaded because it's in the files-download section, and then it gives a file name, which is 51628.jpeg.
Okay, and That image was created when, according to this file?
According to this file, so the modified dates, which is whenever the file was saved to the phone, is 5/13/2020.
Okay. So Darrin Lopez received and saved it to the file May 13th of 2020.
That's what it delineates on the file.
So if somebody had texted that image to him on May 13th of 2020, then that would end up in his cache if he downloaded it and saved it, correct?
So what I'm looking at is showing in the Outlook file, in the Outlook folder, Outlook cache folder. So I don't know about any text messages.
Okay.
of
So
this image.
in this instance, it looks like it was emailed to him.
So in this instance, where I located this file was in the Outlook cache folder. So
The Outlook would be an email, correct?
correct.
So the image was emailed to him on May 13th of 2020.
So this is saying that it was accessed. So I don't know if it was emailed or not, but this is where it was saved.
So it was saved to his phone May 13th, 2020.
Correct.
Agent Sims, when phones get full of information, is a frequent response or suggestion from tech support to remove some of that data?
Can you state the question again, please?
When phones have a copious amount of data on them, they can start slowing down and gumming up, is that right?
That's correct.
So people frequently, either on their own, will remove some of that data, or even they're frequently told by tech support or otherwise to remove some of that data, is that right?
Correct.
Pass the please.
Just briefly, Your Honor. Agent Sims, now I didn't direct your attention specifically to deleted messages in the cell phone dump before you came today. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
If there are deleted messages in the cell phone extraction that were recovered, as you mentioned, they would show up with the little red X on them, right?
Yeah, so on the screenshot, it had a red numbers. So that's how it would show up in Cellbrite, either red X or like a red number.
Okay, there would be something pretty clearly depicting that these are recovered deleted messages.
Correct.
Thank you. We'll pass the witness.
Nothing further, Judge.
May he be finally excused or subject to recall?
No objection.
No objection.
Very good, sir. You may stand down. You're excused from any further service. Members of the jury, looks like a good natural stopping point for a break. So if you would, please be back in the jury room at 2:35, ready to come back in. Please don't discuss the case among yourselves and don't do any independent research. All rise for the jurors. Sheriff, you want to be seated? Who's the next witness?
The next witness is Agent Mark Sedgwick.
Can you please come to the front of the courtroom? And before you have a seat on the witness stand, could you please turn to face and raise your hand? Swear the testimony you're about to give will be the truth.
Yes, Your Honor.
Please have a seat. And whose witness will this be for the state?
My witness, Your Honor.
We responded to questions first from Ms. Mitchell and either Mr. Duke or Mr. Sanchez to your left. You may proceed whenever you're ready.
Can you please introduce yourself to the jury and state your name for the record?
Mark Sedgwick, last name is spelled S-E-D-W-I-C-K. I'm a special agent with the Federal Bureau of Investigation out of the Dallas office.
How long have you been with the FBI?
Just under 25 years.
And what do you do for the FBI at this time?
I'm a member of the CAS team, or the Cellular Analysis Survey Team.
Can you explain to the jury what that is?
The CAS team is a group of specially trained agents and task force officers who have been certified as experts in the analysis of historical call detail records.
And what kind of training have you had regarding the historical call detail record analysis?
I've had training initially over 400 hours from other FBI agents, outside companies on how radio frequency works, which is how the cell phone and the tower communicate over radio frequency. But most importantly, I've been trained by the engineers from the major service providers in the U.S., AT&T, T-Mobile, Verizon, on how the networks operate and how the phones interact with the network.
Okay, so you're very familiar with how these networks operate, and then they're constantly updating all the time, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
So does that mean you're having to get training all the time?
We have a yearly recertification where we'll come, all the CAS agents throughout the country will come together, and during that we will bring in an engineer and the subpoena compliance or the law enforcement liaison groups from all the major service providers, and then we'll have other speakers come in to talk with us to get recertified.
How long have you been on this CAS team for the FBI?
Since full-time since 2014.
Okay. And is this what you do almost exclusively or no?
I do this exclusively investigatively, and I'm also a member of the Dallas SWAT team for the FBI and the division.
Okay, all right. You were asked to do an analysis being part of the Cellular Analysis Survey team regarding a case against Darrin Lopez. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And what were you asked to do?
I was provided records for the cell phone associated with Mr. Lopez, and also a Google Gmail account associated with Mr. Lopez, and I was asked to plot the location data associated with both of those accounts to show where the device was during a specific time frame.
Okay. And again, we can't say where the person was, right? We can only say where the device was.
Yes, ma'am. Whenever I talk about it, I'll refer to the phone number. I'm only talking about the device. I can't say who was in possession of the device at any time.
Okay. There's usually some corroborating evidence that shows that the human was actually with the device. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am, usually.
And do you remember who asked you to create this report using the records, the Google records and the CDR records?
Originally, it was Assistant U.S. United States Attorney, and I am blanking on who it was at this time.
All right, and then what information are you given for you to create this report that you do?
In this case, I'm provided with, from the prosecution or the investigators, I'll be provided specific date and times and locations that are of importance, like a crime scene, any other locations and a time frame. But then I'll receive the records that were received through legal process from, in this case, Verizon Wireless and Google. That gives me my call detail records, or CDRs, and then my Google data in this case.
All right, and did you make a report?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, ma'am. I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 97. Take a look at that and make sure it's the same report that you have.
Yes, ma'am, it is.
All right. And you created this report?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and this is just a copy of this report?
Yes, ma'am.
And you keep your records at the FBI?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. At this time, Your Honor, I'd like to offer to evidence State's Exhibit 97, the cast report for all purposes.
No objection, Your Honor.
Submitted, you may publish.
Thank you. Thank you, Your Honor. Okay, and Agent Sedgwick, we'll just kind of start at the beginning so they can see. This is the report that you send out, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and that you're the special agent that's doing it, and then the telephone number that provider's Verizon, and the telephone number for Darrin Lopez.
The number I was told associated with Mr. Lopez, and then the date that the report was finalized.
Okay. Now, on page 2, what is the point of page 2?
This is the written report, and basically I was asked to look at this for this time frame of October 8th and 9th because of a homicide that occurred. The methodology is I take the call detail records, which is your phone bill. It has the date and time a call was made, the 2 numbers involved, but it also has the tower and sector of that the device used for that call. And based on that, I can determine the approximate location the device had to be by knowing where that tower is in the world and then the other towers around it. I can determine the approximate location that device had to be. I also, in this case, had Google location data, which is if you have an Android device or a Gmail account associated with your device, your phone is constantly giving up its location to Google, and that can be based on Wi-Fi or GPS. It can also be based on cell tower, but we don't use the cell tower because it can be historical. It cannot be, the timestamp can be off on that. So we will use the GPS or Wi-Fi data collected by Google that the phone sends back to Google, and that is given a report that gives you a latitude and longitude, the time that occurred, and then a level of uncertainty in meters. So basically, it's I can put a pinpoint and then a circle, and the device was somewhere within that circle.
Okay, and so, and I'm certainly not very good at this, but even if the phone is on, let's say, in airplane mode, is it your testimony that Google can still extract data?
Yes, if you put your phone in in airplane mode, as long as the phone is on. You can put it in airplane mode, you can turn your Wi-Fi off. Your device is actually still looking for those Wi-Fi signals and everything. So what'll happen is it'll store all that location data, and as soon as you connect your device back to the network or to a Wi-Fi and turn it back on, basically, not turn it back on, but re-establish either Wi-Fi or cellular connectivity, it'll dump all that data it has back to Google. And that is what one of the things I used for location in this case was those records provided by Google.
And when we're talking about the call detail records from the provider like Verizon,
Yes, ma'am.
those are records that cannot be manipulated by the person who owns the phone. Is that correct?
No, ma'am. The Google records, the end user can delete that data. They can't modify it, but they can go in and actually delete their Google history from Google. But the CDR, the owner of the device, has no control over those records. Those are the business records of, in this case, Verizon.
And then conclusions. What did you?
That's basically my conclusions will be in the following slides, what my analysis showed.
All right, let's start with page number 3. Can you explain to the jury just quickly what we're looking at here and what you're trying to show?
Yes. This is basically the state cell tower of the United States, or each cell tower, I think everyone's seen them on the side of the highway, but they're broken up into 3 sectors or pieces of pie that cover approximately 120 degrees. They're 360 degrees in a circle, so they cover that full circle. In the records, I'll be given the azimuth or orientation of that tower, and what that is what direction the center of that tower is pointed. So the coverage area will be 60 degrees to either side of that azimuth. And in this case, if I'm given an azimuth of 60 degrees, the tower will cover, that sector will approximately cover from 0 to 120 degrees, or on a clock face, 12 o'clock to 4 o'clock, because every 30 degrees is equal to an hour on a clock face.
All right, and then on page 4,
This is just how I'll show the CDR, the cell tower usage. What you see is you see the point, the bottom of the apex, that's the cell tower. In this case, this tower is pointed north. You have the two sector arms going out that 60 degrees to either side, and then you have that shaded area, and that is just to show how the energy is going out, kind of in an upside down funnel shape. That is not indicative of the entire coverage area of that tower. That's just to show how kind of the energy is going out. I can't say exactly where the coverage of a tower ends, but just based on my training and the other towers in the area, I can determine the approximate coverage area of that cell tower.
all right, and here we have, I guess, what we were talking about earlier, some of the information that you're given to by either agents or other law enforcement agencies that they want to give some context to. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am. So I was provided the records for Verizon for telephone number 615-630-3046 associated with Darrin Lopez, and also the Google data associated with that phone number through the email address associated with that phone number. I was also given the phone number for Jennifer Faith ending in 4240. And then I was also provided 4 addresses of interest. The victim's residence, 926 South Waverly Drive in Dallas. Mr. Lopez's residence, 1285 Sweet Home Road in Cumberland Furnace, Tennessee. And then 2 truck stops, a Pilot Travel Center, 2320 Highway 46 South in Dixon, Tennessee. And then Flying J Truck Stop, 3400 Service Loop Road, West Memphis, Arkansas.
Okay. All right, and do we start the analysis here?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
So I was basically asked to look where the device was on October 9th, in the morning of October 9th, and then where it was, or if did it travel into the area. So I basically started my analysis on October 8th, 2020, 1:07 p.m. to 1:16 p.m. And what you have here is there are several Google locations between 1 and 1:16 p.m. of 20 to 77 meters, but they're all basically centered on his residence. So that device is somewhere very close to his residence. And then there was there were no phone calls, but in that 7-minute time frame between 1 and 1:07 p.m., the 2 devices associated with Mr. Lopez and Miss Faith, they exchanged 27 text messages in that 7 minutes. And Verizon, T-Mobile and AT&T will provide you the cell tower and sector off a text. Verizon does not provide that. So I can see in the records that the text occurred, but I have no location data for those texts.
Okay, thank you. All right, and then what are we showing here? You kind of zoomed out now, and now we have a larger view of
Yes, so what we have now is
Tennessee.
the device has started to move. This is from 1:26 to 1:51 p.m. and each of the red flags is a Google hit, and I didn't label all of them, but at 1:26 it's south of his residence, and then at 1:51 p.m. it is now near the Pilot Travel Center south of his residence. So it's just showing the phone has started to leave the area of the residence and is traveling south.
Okay, so we can see you have Cumberland Furnace, and you have Darrin Lopez's residence, and then you have the movement going south. What you said, south?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And then what are you showing here?
This is from 1:53 to 2:19 p.m. The device is, the Google data is showing the device in the area of the Pilot truck stop. And then I was also told that at 1:57 p.m. There was a receipt from the Pilot Travel Center from Mr. Lopez, I'm assuming getting gas.
Okay, and again, that, because you can't say if a human was device is moved, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
So putting the device at the pilot center around the same time that you show a receipt from the pilot center would be corroboration.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. All right, and can you continue?
Yes,
explaining to
ma'am.
the jury?
So now we are from October, again on the 8th, from 2:21 p.m. to 4:37 p.m., and just showing the device is moving east. And you can see that there are gaps in the Google data. I can only plot what Google provided, but there are some gaps, but it shows the device traveling east towards Memphis between 2:36 and 4:37 p.m. So I'm just showing west, that the device is still traveling west at this point.
Okay, and the time is just continuing to go,
Yes, ma'am.
move forward.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, and here we've got another specific stop.
Yes, ma'am. From 5:14 to 5:17 p.m., I have Google data that puts it in the area of the Flying J truck stop, and there was another receipt 5:10 p.m., so 4 minutes before there was a receipt, before there was any Google data, but shows the device in the area of that Flying J truck stop.
And again, we continue to move, and where are we going now?
We're still traveling west. This is between Memphis and towards Little Rock, between 5:39 p.m. to 6:55 p.m., and the device continues to travel west.
All right, page 12.
We've now moved to October 9th. There is a gap with no Google data. This is the next data. This is 1:47 to 1:50 a.m., and it shows the device off the Google data south of Dallas at this point at 1:47 to 1:50 a.m.
Okay, so now we're traveling on 35, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Or the
In
device
the
is traveling.
vicinity of
Yeah.
travel of 35, yes, ma'am.
Kind of south of Red Oak, Bend Heights, DeSoto.
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Okay, can you go over this for the jury? This is page 13 of the report.
Yes, ma'am. Now the device, we've jumped in time to 2:09 a.m. to 2:12 a.m., and we have several hits near 35 north of West 12th Street, just north basically of the Dallas Zoo. And so the device is continuing to move into Dallas at this time.
All right, and we see that the victim's residence is
In the
denoted here?
Yes, ma'am.
With a V and an R.
Yes, ma'am.
And then can you continue? Page
So
14.
from 2:13 a.m. to 2:18 a.m., the phone leaves kind of the area south of the Dallas Zoo, travels along Clarendon Drive, and it moves by 2:18 is just south of the victim's residence.
Okay. And what are we looking at on page 15?
I've got several Google hits in the 2:19 minute time frame, so this is just 1 minute, but it basically shows the device doing a drive-by of the house, and at 2:48 a.m. it's just north of the residence, but at this time it's in the neighborhood of the victim's residence.
Okay. On page 16, now we're now into October 9th, 3:40 p.m. to 5:09 p.m.
Yes, so what happened was there was no Google data between 2:19 a.m. and 3:40 p.m. I can't say why there was no Google data, but there was no data. But at this point, it shows the device starting at 3:40 is near Jackson, and then is traveling west, and at 5:09 is at the pilot travel center that it had stopped at earlier on the way to Dallas.
Okay, and as far as no Google data, is it possible there'd be no Google data because the phone was completely shut down?
That would be the most logical, or the end user could have deleted that data. But one possibility is the device was turned off. And at this time, I also have a outgoing call at 4:32. 4:32 p.m. And that shows that it's kind of pointing to the area where we have Google data 3 minutes prior. So that's consistent with the Google data and the cell data, putting it in the same general area.
Okay. Okay, and this is 4:32 p.m.?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and this is, it's an outgoing call?
Yes, ma'am.
Outgoing call to 615-630-3046.
No, that's the target number, the 3046. I didn't put who that call was to because it was a number that wasn't provided to me as being important to the case. So I didn't specify who that call was to.
And then 17, what are we looking at here, page 17?
This is 5:10 p.m. to 5:28 p.m. There's Google data that puts the device near the pilot truck stop. And then there's also a 5:11 p.m. There's an outgoing text at 5:18 p.m. from the phone associated with Mr. Lopez to the phone associated with Ms. Faith. And there's also an incoming call from another number at 5:11 p.m. With the phone utilizing a towered sector that has a coverage area that includes the pilot truck stop.
Okay. And getting to the end, page 18?
The phone just between 5:36 and 6:02 p.m. starts traveling north from that pilot truck stop towards the residence.
Okay, we can see the residence denoted here.
Yes, ma'am, in the yellow tab.
Okay, and you also note that there were texts going on to phones associated between Darrin Lopez and Jennifer Faith, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am, between 5:41 and 5:43, there's a text from the phone associated with Ms. Faith to Mr. Lopez. 5:43, that phone texts back to Ms. Faith's phone. 5:43, the phone associated with Ms. Faith texts the phone associated with Mr. Lopez, and then 5:43, the phone associated with Mr. Lopez texts the phone associated with Ms. Faith back.
And then on 19, you have the phone back at, or very, very near the residence of Darrin Lopez.
Yes, the Google data from 6:05 until 9:59 p.m. At 6:05, it basically makes a left-hand turn and starts traveling towards the residence, and then is in the area of the residence from 6:14 to 9:59 p.m. And then there was a call at 9:43 p.m. from Ms. Faith to Mr. Lopez that lasts 1,528 seconds. And during that time, that device is using a tower that has a coverage area that includes his residence.
Okay. Did you say 5,000 or 1,000?
1,528.
Okay. And then 16 texts, did you?
Yes, ma'am, and I was about to say, and then there also in that time frame, there were 16 text messages between the two devices between 6:21 and 9:16 p.m.
Okay. All right, can you explain your toll analysis?
I just took the records associated with Mr. Lopez, and between June 24th and January 11th of 2021, just looked at the call volume and text volume between the two devices. And so what I showed is, in that time frame, there were 2,344 total calls. 261 of them were with the phone associated with Ms. Lopez, so a little over 11% of his call volume was with Ms. Lopez. There were 268,844 total SMS, or just text messages, with 116,171 with the phone associated with Ms. Lopez, just over 43% of the text messages. There were 10,808 MMS, which is a multimedia session, which is either a very long text or you attached a picture or a short video or something like that. And that was 39, just over 39%. And then I also looked when there was a gap of greater than 10 hours where the two phones did not communicate at all. And the only time that occurred was from October 8th at 1:07 p.m. till October 9th at 5:18 p.m. was the only time where there was more than 10 hours between when these two devices communicated with each other.
Okay, I think this is important just to reiterate. So you're saying between June 24th of 2020 and January 11th of 2021?
Yes,
in
ma'am.
that time frame, the only time that they had no contact for greater than 10 hours is the time of October 8th from 1:07 to October 9th at 5:18.
Yes, ma'am, and that's roughly 28 hours.
Okay, so they were in contact a lot.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, and then you created this report, the final report came out 9/22 of 2021, is that correct? Although you did your analysis, I think, sometime in January of 2021.
Yes, ma'am. What the process is, I'll do an initial analysis, and then when requested by the case agents or it's coming up for some kind of court proceeding, we have a peer review process. So another cast agent will take my work and redo it in a different mapping software. So if there's any errors, it's caught, and basically it's generally a typo check for the most part before I finalize my product.
And was that done in this case?
Yes, ma'am, it was.
Okay, at this time, Your Honor, I'll pass the witness. Thank you, Mr. Sedgwick.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. Agent Sedgwick, and I just wanted to clarify, each time that you were using the cell data information, you actually posted the tower on those maps? Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
So the majority of what you had was Google data from a device being on?
Yes, sir. In this case, the majority of this was Google data. Yes, sir.
And I know that you had some nice pretty circles on your maps, that kind of thing. That's not what the cell phone coverage actually looks like, is it?
No, sir. The circles is the Google. They give me a lat long and a level of uncertainty. So they give me a circle. So that's what I plotted. I use the sector arms with that shaded area to show the coverage area of a cell tower. But no, it's not going to be that perfect.
That perfect circle, because you've got different radio frequencies and different coverage areas depending on, I mean, even weather and time and that kind of thing can change. Is that fair?
Weather and time has a very limited effect, but topography, the network, the other towers in the area affect what that coverage area looks like. But that's been determined to be the best showing of what the general coverage area of that device was, or that cell tower was in sector at the time of that call.
Because cell phone traffic can also affect like which towers are picking up calls. Calls can get shunted at times. Is that fair?
No, sir. Once you're in a call, yes.
Okay.
But when the phone either you press send or you receive a call, the phone itself is in charge at that time. The phone is always looking for the strongest signal with the least amount of interference, generally the closest tower. So when you press send on your phone that connects to the tower, it sees the best at that time. That is what was reflected in the call detail records. Same process for an incoming call. The network doesn't keep track of where every single phone is at every time. It knows the general area. So if I get an incoming call, it'll send a page out to all the towers in the area. I'll respond on the tower and sector the device sees the best at that time. That's what's reflected in the call detail records. But once you're in a call, the network, you might not move, but the network might shift you to another tower that still has coverage because there's an overlap in the network, so there's not dropped calls. You might not move, and the network might shift you, but the tower listed in the call detail records as the first tower is the tower and sector the device itself chose.
So kind of the same thing we said, the closest tower isn't always the one. It can be up to the device, up to traffic, and that kind of thing.
Traffic doesn't have an effect. The phone has no idea what traffic is on that tower. Okay. But like if I'm sitting here and there's a tower half a mile this way and 3/4 of a mile that way, but there's a hill in the way, I might choose the farther tower because it's a stronger signal.
When you say the phone or
the device, yes, sir.
So
I'm saying
we can have some deviation there based on a lot of those factors.
Yes, sir, but it's always going to be in this tower and sector that was the strongest signal.
Thank you. I'll skip over to and I'm going to go to page 11 of your report.
11? Yes, sir.
So we have been following the device now from Mr. Lopez's residence along, which interstate is that? 40. Okay. That's Interstate 40 that, and been following him along at this point through Mr. Lopez's device, through his phone number. As you stated, you're tracking devices, not people.
Yes, sir. At this point, it's the Google data on the device.
Okay. And all of this is Google data. We're not seeing, again, that cell phone tower. So the majority of what you have here is the Google data.
Yes, sir. The vast majority of this case, it was Google data.
All right. And so off of page 11 there, you've got within 3 meters at about 7 p.m. That device is in West Memphis, Arkansas. Is that right?
At 5:39 p.m., it's in West Memphis.
Okay.
And then at 6:53, it's outside of Little Rock.
Oh, outside of Little Rock. Okay, thank you. So at 6:53, we're outside of Little Rock. And at that point, that is where you lose that information for a good period of time. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And the next place that we pick up that device is a good bit south of Dallas. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. In fact, we have the Faith's residence here.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And the device is now a good bit south of Dallas. Now, we don't have this map here, but we have now come all the way down through Dallas on 40. Would have had to catch probably I-30, come down through Dallas to then end up south of the city, right?
Yeah, obviously, I can't say what route. I mean, that's the most logical route,
Okay.
but I can't say,
We
obviously.
have no idea what route.
Yes, sir.
Right, we could have gone down through Louisiana and come back up. We could have gone over through Oklahoma City and dropped all the way down. We could have hit New Mexico and made a circle if we had enough time.
Yes, sir.
We don't know what it is, but we know that the device is dark from Little Rock until now. We are not anywhere near the victim's residence. In fact, probably past it from where we're trying to get to.
It's south of the victim's residence, sir.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
All right, but at that point, we're now at about 2 in the morning. It turns on.
There's Google data again.
There is Google data again. Okay, so for about 7 hours, there is no Google data, and I created a little Google data. Would it surprise you that that's about 450 miles?
I'd have to map that out, sir. I don't remember off the top of my head.
All right. Approach the witness. Sure. Through my own Google data to establish my alibi for the day of where I've been. I just used Google Maps to show the Faith's address to West Memphis.
Yes, sir.
And how far is that?
That's saying, well, where's the mileage? 450 miles.
About 450 miles and about.
Where was that? I'm sorry, where's that from the starting point? I just want to make, because I.
Yeah, not a problem. So, and I mapped it backwards, so from Waverly to.
Okay, sir. Okay, sir. I just wanted to, I missaw where it was, so I wanted to make sure I was talking, we're talking the same.
We agree, we got 7 hours of no data,
Yes, sir.
and we've got 450 miles of no data.
Yes, sir.
Okay. But then it turns on, or we start getting data again.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And then we continue to have data as it takes us back up towards the victim's residence and back up towards the victim's residence.
Yes, sir.
We are right at the victim's residence.
Yes, sir.
Is that right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And then what is our latest time on your report where we are right next to the victim's residence?
2:19 a.m., sir.
So 2:19 a.m. And then we go dark again.
Yes, sir.
Correct? So from 2:19 until almost 13 and a half hours later, no data. Is that right?
Yes, sir, approximately.
Okay. And we are back in Oakfield, Jackson area. And I'm trying to think of where that is. I'm just trying to find another point of reference. But at least the 450 miles, if not a little bit more, that we talked about later.
Yes, sir. It's dark for 13 hours and travels a decent distance, obviously a good distance in that time.
Okay. All right. Good. I'll pass the witness.
Nothing further, Your Honor.
They need to be finally excused.
No objection.
No objection.
No excuse.
You may stand there.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Excuse me for the service. All right, Ms. Mitchell?
I'm unable to talk.
Let's,
It's just gonna get funnier and funnier.
next witness, please. Come on up.
State calls Agent Stacy.
Before you have a seat on the witness stand, please turn and face me and raise your right. I swear the testimony you're about to give will be the truth. Please have a seat. If you're responding to questions from Ms. Mitchell first, perhaps Mr. Duke or Mr. Sanchez to your left, you may proceed whenever you're ready.
All right, thank you, Agent Stacy Vander Westhazen. Yes. I just didn't want to get it wrong. Can you please introduce yourself to the jury and by all means, please spell your first and last name for the court reporter?
My name is Stacy Vander Westhazen, STACEYVANDERWESTHUIZEN. I'm an ATF special agent.
All right, and how long have you been with the ATF?
Approximately 9.5 years now.
And where did you start out?
My first office was Montgomery, Alabama, and then I moved to Nashville, Tennessee.
All right, and you were in Nashville, Tennessee, for part of the team that Barnes put together, or all of you guys with ATF and Eric Barnes and Chris Walton put together for the arrest of Darrin Lopez. Is that correct?
That's correct.
All right, and your involvement in this case was January 11th of 2020.
Yes.
Okay, well, a few days before that, is that
Leading
correct?
up to the arrest, yes.
Okay. You're no longer in Nashville, though, is that right?
That's correct. I'm in Wilmington, North Carolina now.
Okay, they keep moving you?
Yes, they do.
At the time of this, what was your role at ATF?
At the time,
Alcohol, tobacco, and firearms, correct?
yes, I was a field agent at the time, still am.
All right, and what does that mean? Can you tell the jury, what does that mean? What do you do?
We investigate violent crimes involving drug trafficking, firearms trafficking, anything in that nature.
And did you have anything else that you were assigned to?
I was a part-time member to the ATF SRT, our special response team.
All right, and what makes that different than just being a field agent?
At the time, I was a crisis negotiator to the team on Team 3 out of Dallas, Texas. I was a part-time member, and all we do, we're a tactical team. We respond to high-risk events or just events or incidents, properties that are difficult to get to that a regular field agent might not be able to get to through their office.
Okay. And at this point, leading up to the arrest, you guys are talking to Eric Barnes and Chris Walton, but mostly Eric Barnes, is that right? Detective Eric Barnes?
That's correct.
Okay. And at this point, and the jury has heard from other testimony, there was an arrest that was to be made on Darrin Lopez. Was that your understanding?
Yes.
And it was your understanding that a search warrant had been executed, or a search warrant had been asked for and signed off on to be executed on the residence of Darrin Lopez after his arrest. Is that correct?
That's correct.
All right. Leading up to this arrest, what were you doing?
I was asked to help with surveillance the days leading up to the arrest and for the search warrant for SRT to travel into.
And what were you doing for the surveillance up to the arrest?
We would go out early in the morning, try to see what time the children were leaving. We didn't want to execute the warrant while the children were in the home.
Okay. And by children, I think they were teenagers, but still, they're underage.
Correct.
Okay. And was it your understanding there was 3 girls?
Yes.
Okay. You were also given information where the house is located, I guess.
Correct.
Okay. And also any vehicles.
That's right.
All right. And what vehicle, do you recall what vehicle you were kind of looking for?
The Nissan pickup truck and
Okay.
a silver Scion.
All right. And again, you're trying to see when the the girls are going to be out of the house.
Yes.
All right. So, and what do you do to try to figure that out?
It's a mobile surveillance we would set up outside of the house and different entry points, which way the kids could leave or he could take the kids to school. We didn't know what school the kids attended. We were figuring that out at the time, just to see what time was the best time for us to enter the property.
And it was kind of tricky at the time, right, Agent? Because this was during COVID, and so the schools were all doing different things, right?
That's correct.
And so you guys had to figure out what school was having students in and students not, right?
Yes, what days the kids would attend, different kids, depending on their last name, would attend different days. It was different all in 2020, 2021.
Okay. Do you happen to, right before January 11th, come across this black Nissan Titan?
Yes, we did. We located at a high school in the back, parked in the student parking lot.
And this was literally just you driving around looking for this truck at different schools?
Me and another agent, we were driving around. We couldn't locate the truck, and so we surveillance.
Okay. So you find the truck at a high school, indicating what to you?
We believed at the time that maybe one of the daughters was driving the truck herself to school.
Okay, because it's in the high school senior parking lot.
Correct.
Okay. And what do you do next?
I just related back to our surveillance team, to our advanced SRT team. For them, when they would travel in, they would do their own surveillance on top of this pre-surveillance we did to better understand how to execute the warrant safely.
Okay. And so suffice it to say, there's nothing you can do really at this point. You got the truck and you spot the truck, but you can't really do anything except, I guess, relay the information back or see if this young girl comes out.
Yeah, that's correct.
Okay, so what do you end up doing?
We just waited for the SRT team to come in to set up the briefing and for the ATF Dallas office to travel in to meet with our Nashville Group 1 office.
Okay, and when they did come in for the briefing, what was decided, or did something happen before the briefing?
We briefed the morning before, January 11th, the day Mr. Lopez was arrested. We briefed our offices because Dallas ATF traveled in and they met with our Nashville Group 1 office. Our ATF advanced team traveled in to do their pre-op surveillance that morning and that day. And while they were doing their surveillance, they came upon Mr. Lopez and effectively affected the arrest.
And how did they come upon Mr. Lopez?
I think they just mobile surveillance of the area.
Okay, and he was in what?
The Scion.
So he was not inside the house. They didn't go inside the house.
No.
They were watching, and he came out of the house. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And then what do they do when they see that he is in the Scion coming out of his home?
I believe they just took him into custody, but had local law enforcement involved.
Okay. And as far as you know, there was no resistance by Mr. Lopez.
As far as I know, yeah, I wasn't at the actual arrest, but I think it was effective, safe.
Okay. And I think you said you were, where the briefing was done and where you were was about an hour away from his home. Would that be about right?
Approximately, yeah.
Okay. Do you get word that the arrest has been made? And search warrant in hand, y'all need to get to that house to do the search warrant of the house?
That's correct.
Okay. And so do you take off immediately?
Yes.
Okay. You and who else go to the house to search the house?
All the agents that briefed that morning for our pre-op surveillance, pre-operational briefing, we all made our way to the property.
Okay. And one detective was there, who the jury hasn't previously heard of, but one of the detectives was there named Jabari Howard. Is that correct?
That's correct.
All right. And he was at the house with you, not inside the house, but he was at the house with you, and he's a DPD detective, Dallas Police Department detective.
Those agents arrived. I arrived a little bit earlier to meet with SRT. We still had to clear the house. So the rest of SRT, we linked up, we cleared the house, made sure it was safe and secure. Nobody was at the house. We checked the outbuildings, and then we allowed the rest of the agents, as well as DPD, to come onto the property.
Okay. All right. I am going to ask you to go through these, just to make sure you recognize them.
Okay.
Keep them in there. Okay, I'll flip them over, yeah. Do you recognize those photos?
I do.
Okay. I know those pictures of the house, Darrin Lopez's residence in Cumberland Furnace, Tennessee, and the inside of the house.
Yes, they are.
Okay. And I'm sorry, I wanted you to look at States Exhibit 139 through 162. And at this time, I'm going to ask to offer the evidence for all purposes, States 139 through 162. I have heard, John.
Sure. No objection. They're admitted. You may publish.
Thank you. All right, Agent, I'm just gonna go through these photos, okay?
Yes.
This is State's Exhibit 139. This is the house that you came upon in Cumberland Furnace, Tennessee. This is the residence of Darrin Lopez.
That's correct.
That you have the search warrant for.
Yes.
Okay. And this is State's Exhibit 140, just another side view of the house, correct?
That's correct.
All right. This would be 141, the back of the home.
Correct.
Okay. So it did sit on a large piece of property.
Yes.
All right. And there were several other, what you call outbuildings around, correct?
That's correct. A barn and then a shed, I believe.
Were there any animals not inside the house, but any animals around the house?
There was a couple of horses.
There were a couple horses?
Yes.
Okay. And I'm going to show you what's marked as State's Exhibit 142. Would you say that the house was pretty messy?
Yes.
Okay, so was this like a floor area?
Yes.
And those are your knees right there bending down?
Yes.
Okay. Did you guys have to go through a lot in order to find anything of value?
We had to dig through quite a lot, yes.
Okay. So clothes, just food wrappers. Were there animals inside the house?
I think a cat maybe. I don't recall too many animals.
Okay. But what we're focused on in this picture in State's 142 looks like a rucksack, possibly.
That's correct.
Okay. And then 143, again, this is just an area. Here it looks like another rucksack or the same one. But there's just stuff everywhere. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, and this one states 144. You find some bullets on another kind of bag.
Correct.
In some part of the house. Is that correct?
Yes.
And this is just another photo of it?
I believe
Or
so.
another bag?
Yes.
And 145. Okay. Now, going back to State's Exhibit 142, with this rucksack, we can also see that there's like a Belvita box or something here, correct?
Correct.
Okay, and in State's Exhibit 146, it's that same box, same rucksack, but you pulled out a handgun. Is that
Correct, yes.
Okay. Do you remember, was it just on the floor? Was it under the bed?
It was inside the backpack. I believe it was wrapped in that t-shirt.
No, the whole rucksack, I'm sorry.
It was near the bed area.
Okay.
Yes.
And that's you kneeling down. Those are your knees, is that
Yes,
correct?
that's me.
All right. And then the clip that goes with the handgun, correct?
Correct.
All right, and this is just another view
That's right.
of the handgun
Yes.
and the magazine on States 147. And then here you take a closer view and what appears to be on the gun.
Blood at the time.
Okay, and then can you tell the jury what kind of gun it is?
It's a Smith & Wesson.
Okay, and can you read the serial number? Can you read those letters?
Victor Alpha Sierra 0598, I believe.
And that's State's Exhibit 148. You also take a photo of the butt of the gun. Somebody does. Do you have any idea why? Just
No.
taking every angle?
Yeah, our photographer or whoever's in charge of the camera will usually just take all angles of a firearm.
Okay, and the State's 149. And just another view of this clip in State's 150.
Correct.
In that same rucksack. And then we have, you guys found some letters
Yes.
and some packages. Okay, and can you tell, if I can zoom in, but can you tell, it's to Darrin Lopez, happy birthday, I love you. Can you tell who the return address is from?
Jennifer Faith.
Okay. And then, can you tell who the package is from?
Jennifer Faith.
In Dallas, Texas, correct?
That's correct.
All right, then we have 152. Again, the house had lots of stuff in it, right? Lots of clothing and food, but you do find what looks like a gun box,
A gun box, yeah.
okay? And possibly the gun box for the Smith & Wesson in States 153?
Possibly, it might be for another separate
Okay.
firearm.
154, we're just showing that what you're collecting,
More
different
ammo.
ammunition, setting
Yes.
out and taking a photo of it. Same thing in 155.
Yes.
And then in 156, you go ahead and take a picture of the certification title, Darrin Lopez, and this is for what?
The Nissan Titan.
I'm sorry?
The Nissan Titan.
The Nissan
The
Titan.
pickup truck.
Okay, that was registered to him, that the police found
That's
in their
correct.
initial investigation.
Incorrect.
157, is this a picture of the Scion?
The Scion, yes.
And then 159, 159, we have a priority mail. I think that's from the state's exhibit we saw earlier, but from Jennifer Faith to Darrin Lopez, correct?
That's correct.
All right. And then in 160, we see a giant FedEx box, looks like on the front or back porch of the house.
That's correct.
All right, in 161, if we get closer, we see, do you see a return address?
From
Yes,
Jennifer Faith, Dallas, Texas.
yes. And then if we go to 162, this is the living room where Christmas is still happening. And we see probably what came out of that FedEx box, right?
TV.
The giant Samsung TV.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. All right. When you collect the gun, and then what do you do with it?
I walked it outside to Jabari.
And you gave it to Jabari Howard,
I handed it over, yes.
who again is with the Dallas Police Department. Is that correct?
That's correct.
All right. Give us just 1 second, Your Honor. We're trying to get into Fort Knox here. All right. I'm going to show you what's been marked previously, and for record purposes, it states 164. Okay. Do we have any gloves? Do you have a pair of gloves, Caitlin? Okay, this is unloaded and locked up, but does this appear to be the same gun that was in the photos?
Yes, it is.
Okay, is it marked as Smith & Wesson?
Smith & Wesson.
Okay, and
Same.
can you, from this angle, read the serial number?
Victor Alpha Sierra 0598.
Okay. And the magazine that you collected as well, is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. All right. At this time, Your Honor, I would like to offer the evidence states 164 for all purposes.
Again, we have no objection.
All right. For the jury. Just show me the gun. Okay, and Miss Agent, I'm so sorry, Vander Westhazen, after you deliver property to detectives for DPD to take back to Dallas, what did you do next?
We just kept searching the house
Okay. All right.
for more evidence.
All right. Did you take a lot of stuff out of the house, or?
There was many of us helping go through the house and search the house. I believe we took quite a bit of evidence out.
Okay.
Yeah.
It was very messy, correct?
Yes, it took a while.
Okay. So you kind of had to sort through some stuff.
Yes.
All right. After the search of the house, did you have anything else to do with this particular case?
No, We were ATF Nashville. Nashville 1 was pretty much finished with our side of the case.
Okay, but and you personally had nothing else to do with the case?
That's correct.
Professionally?
Yes, correct.
Okay. I'll pass the witness, Your Honor. Thank you.
Cross-examination.
Thank you, Your Honor. Special Agent, this was about 3 months after the shooting, right?
That's correct.
So for 90 days, that gun sat in that house in a sack, correct?
I assume so, yes, sir.
All right, so it wasn't under a bed, correct?
I don't believe it could have. I could have pulled it under a bed. The house was so dirty with all the clothes. I don't recall if it was somewhat under the bed, but it was near the bed.
Oh, it wasn't in a closet somewhere in the back of
No,
the
sir.
closet. It wasn't in a wall, and it wasn't under the house.
That's
It was
correct.
that you were able to find it after you got rid of some of the stuff that was on top. You were able to find it really easy, right?
Somewhat.
So if someone was trying to hide a weapon like that, they weren't doing a good job, is what I'm trying to get.
That's correct.
All right. And so the gun was there. Did you see any signs that anybody tried to destroy any evidence in this case?
Not that I could tell.
Were you able to retrieve computers from his house?
I believe we did take electronics.
Okay.
I personally, I don't think I was responsible for electronics. I think I just had that section of the house.
And do you remember, if you do, whether any of those electronics were hidden in any way?
I don't remember.
And so you come across him, and you tell people that you see him, right? When you're going to arrest him.
I didn't arrest him.
Okay. But when somebody arrested him, are you the first person that saw him, laid eyes on him?
No, I wasn't there when the advance team arrested him.
But from what you recall, it was done without incident, right?
That's correct.
He didn't resist, correct?
Correct.
He didn't run.
That's correct.
There was no chase.
Right.
He basically gave himself up.
That's correct.
And was the gun loaded or not loaded?
It was loaded.
Do you know how many bullets were in it?
I don't recall.
There were other bullets that you brought with you today also? Or only the bullets that you found in the gun?
I think it's only the bullets.
In the pictures, was there another clip in there?
I think it's just one clip, one magazine.
And the extra bullets that you found, where were they?
They were spread out throughout the room.
Okay, so some were in a bag, in that same bag?
There were bullets in gun boxes, just loosely laid. It was everywhere.
Did you find any other guns?
No, I don't believe we did.
That's the only gun you found?
That's correct.
Do you know who was in charge of taking the electronics?
I guess the Jabari DPD.
I passed the witness.
Nothing further, Your Honor.
It should be fine. Excuse.
No objection.
Very good. You're excused from any further service.
Thank you, sir.
Call your next witness, please.
State House Laura Fleming.
Afternoon. Would please come to the front of the courtroom before you have a seat. Could you face me and raise your right hand? You swear the testimony you're about to give will be the truth.
Yes.
Please have a seat.
Thank you.
Respond to any questions from Ms. Mitchell first, and then to Mr. Duke and Mr. Sanchez to your left.
All right.
You may proceed whenever you're ready.
Okay.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Can you please introduce yourself to the jury and state and spell your name for the record?
Yes, my name is Laura Fleming, F-L-E-M-I-G. I am a firearms examiner with the Dallas Police Department.
All right, and how long have you been a firearms examiner with the Dallas Police Department?
I've been a firearms examiner 28 years, and I've been with the Dallas Police Department about 7.
Okay. And can you tell the jury what you do as a firearm in your role at DPD as a firearm analyst?
A firearms examiner is a forensic scientist that focuses on the field known as firearms identification. And firearms identification is one of the many disciplines under the forensic science discipline, but its focus is to determine whether a fired bullet, a fired cartridge case, or any other ammunition component was fired from a specific firearm.
All right. And were you, I guess let me back up. Also, as your role in DPD and dealing with these fired cartridge casings or your analysis as an examiner, do you also enter, or someone on your team is responsible for entering in fired cartridge casings into the NIBIN system?
Yes, the Dallas Police Department participates in the NIBIN program. NIBIN is an acronym for the National Integrated Ballistics Information Network. And this system is supported by the ATF, and this system allows us to capture images of cartridge cases, both from the crime scene as well as from known firearms, known as test-fired cartridge cases, in an effort to associate unrelated cases to each other to aid the investigation.
Okay, and in this case, did you have, did DPD crime scene response give you guys some fired cartridge casings on an incident that happened October 9th of 2020 under, it looks like case number 179853220?
Yes.
Okay, and do you recall how many?
There were 8 fired cartridge cases.
Okay. Is that part, is that what you did with NIBIN part of your report or no?
Yes, I mean, as far as entry into the NIBIN database, if a confirmation is performed, it will be part of my report. Now, on a routine basis, as far as routine entry of cartridge cases, we do not issue reports unless a confirmation has been requested.
Okay, and so we're clear, and I think this is, and we went over it a little bit with physical evidence section, Detective Gonzalez. In all cases involving a firearm, if there are fired cartridge cases collected, then they are to be entered into the NIBIN system.
They are to be considered for entry into the NIBIN system, and I say that because there is a process. Specifically, like in this case, we had 8 fired cartridge cases that were collected from one crime scene. These 8 fired cartridge cases are screened. They were screened by one of our NIBIN analysts to determine class characteristics. If he finds that they were all the same class characteristics, then a representative cartridge case is entered into the database, into the NIBIN database.
So basically, that means he's looking at all 8, and then if they screen in, then he or she picks one.
Correct.
To enter in, and then there's a process to enter it into the NIBIN system.
Yes.
Okay. Right. I am going to show you, Laura, what's been marked. Is it okay if I call you Laura?
Yes.
Okay. I'm going to show you what's been marked as States Exhibit 165 and 166. We have 2 reports here. Those are the same reports, but let's go ahead and explain that.
Okay.
Same report with you, okay?
Yes, they are copies of my reports.
Okay. So we have one, and can you give me the one, that one? And States Exhibit 165, it says firearm analysis report, which was completed on what date?
Well, the report was issued on May 27th of 2021.
Okay. And then we have States Exhibit 166, and that is titled Corrected Report.
It is, and that one was issued February 24th of 2023.
Okay, and before we go into the reports, I have to enter these into evidence, but just briefly, what did you have to correct on the report? Anything of substance, first of all?
Well, the corrective report was issued to clarify the serial number of the firearm, the only firearm that I examined.
Okay, so in the original report, you have the, and I'll let you look at yours. On the original report, what do you have the serial number as?
In the original report, I listed the serial number for a Smith & Wesson pistol as VASD 598.
And you figure out that you just read it wrong, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And it should be,
The correct serial number for the same Smith & Wesson pistol is VAS 0598.
okay. And you and I have even looked at that gun and verified that that's a 0, not a D.
Correct, and I have photographs, copies of photographs as well with me today.
All right. At this time, Your Honor, I'd like to offer into evidence State's Exhibit 165 for record purposes, State's Exhibit 166 for all purposes.
We have no objection, Your Honor.
1 minute, you may publish.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so Ms. Fleming,
165 for record purposes only. so.
yeah, let me put that up here. All right, Laura, I know you and I have been over this over and over again, and you are so much better at the firearms than I am. So I'm kind of looking to push play and let you talk as much as I can. But on this report that has been entered into evidence, can you tell us what this first report is an analysis? Can you just kind of walk us through your report, I guess is what I'm asking. Do we want to start with page 1 of 2?
Yes, that's fine.
Okay.
I mean, initially, item number 7, as listed on the report, as one federal brand 45 auto caliber fired cartridge case, was submitted to the NIBIN unit.
Okay.
It was screened by there were 8 cartridge cases. It was screened by one of our NIBIN analysts, and item 7 was entered into the NIBIN database.
Okay.
Then eventually, a firearm that's listed on my report as F1, which is a Smith & Wesson 45 auto caliber pistol, was submitted to the NIBIN unit, the Dallas PD NIBIN unit, for NIBIN entry. It was test fired and entered into the system, and a lead was found to the item 7 cartridge case.
Okay, let's back this up just a little bit.
Okay.
So you put the number 7 fired cartridge casing into the NIBIN system.
One of our NIBIN analysts did, but
Analysts
yes,
did.
our
And they do
department.
this by how? How do they put it into a system?
The NIBIN unit is actually divided into 2 stations, and one is an acquisition station, meaning that it captures pictures or images of the head of a cartridge case. This area of the cartridge case covers breech face marks and firing pin impression, which are all representative of the gun that it was fired from. Once our NIBIN analyst determined that all 8 of these had similar class characteristics, one was selected as a representative of the group. So that was item number 7. That was entered into the NIBIN database as images. These images are retained in the database, and they are correlated against other incidences, not only in Dallas PD, but in our region. We are linked to all NIBIN users in the state of Texas, as well as some departments in Louisiana and as well as Oklahoma. So it does a search of those areas.
Would that be an example on page 11 of 17?
Can you show me what page you're referring to?
Yeah,
on the
may I
screen?
approach the witness, Your Honor?
You may.
Sorry, just on 11 of 17 down here.
Yes, this particular page demonstrates the information regarding the firearm that was entered into the NIBIN database, specifically the Smith & Wesson pistol.
Okay, and cartridge case exhibit details.
Yes, but this is in reference to the test fire, not item 7, the cartridge case from the
Okay.
scene.
Is there a photo that we can show the jury in your report regarding the images that you put into the NIBIN system?
It would be in my original packet, which is page 15 of 22.
Okay. This is the original report?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And let me just compare to make sure.
Yes, it's
Wasting me one time.
15 of 22.
Okay, let me find that in here.
Yes.
for you.
This one right here.
Okay.
Yeah.
Put this up on the screen, okay?
Okay. Like I said, this page represents the information, case information specifically to item number 7, which was a cartridge case that was collected by DPD crime scene.
Okay, and these are the images that get sent and put into the NIBIN system.
Right, these images are acquired and a correlation is performed within the database. Dallas PD is contracted with ATF to review all correlation results. They have a correlation center that reviews all the results.
Okay. So then sometime later, you get information from who? Or the NIBIN, people in your NIBIN get information from who regarding this cartridge case number 7?
Well, when item number 7 was initially entered, there were no leads found at that particular point. I mean, keep in mind, this was entered back on October 12th of 2020. So there were no leads found at that particular point. It wasn't until later when a firearm developed within the investigation. The Smith & Wesson .45 caliber pistol was then submitted to the NIBIN unit, test fired, and entered into the NIBIN database. That particular firearm, a lead was found to item number 7 cartridge case.
Okay, and pause there. I think I made a mistake and put something into evidence that I had asked for record purposes. At this time, the state would ask that the report be admitted.
What number is it?
165 for all purposes.
No objection.
All right, and so to make the record clear, you showed a picture from 165. What picture did you show from that exhibit that's now admitted for all purposes?
It's page 15 of 22.
Okay.
Exhibit information, IBIS tracks, HD 3D match point of the number 7 cartridge case.
All right, go ahead.
All right, and apologies to the court. Okay, Mrs. Fleming, there was a lead, and at that point, what do you do?
At that point, when we, the NIBIN unit, receives a lead notification from ATF, I will review those images, as well as my colleague Charles Clow will review these images to determine whether or not we are in agreement with the findings or information that we have gathered from ATF as far as the lead is concerned. If we are in agreement, then we will distribute this information of the potential lead to our investigators or detectives assigned to the cases involved. If our detectives wish to...
Well, let's break that up. I'm sorry. If you will let the detectives know if...
a lead is found.
Okay, and in this case you did.
Correct.
Okay, and you talked to the lead detective, Chris Walton, is that correct?
I'd have to refer to my email, but I emailed many individuals because I know there were other detectives involved in this particular incident.
Okay.
Detective Barnes, Detective Howard, as well as Walton.
Okay. And the gun that you received from Detective Howard?
I believe so, yes.
Okay. But I went a little ahead. So you talked to them about going ahead and doing a confirmatory report.
Right. I sent them an email notification essentially saying this gun may be connected to this specific cartridge case number 7 through a NIBIN lead. If confirmation is required, please submit a request for analysis to perform that type of examination.
Okay, that's important to kind of make sure is very clear. The number 7 cartridge case from the scene at 926 Waverly Place in Dallas was put into the NIBIN system via images.
Correct.
Then there was a lead, and there was a lead generated.
No, not at that point. Number
Not at that
7
point.
is entered into the NIBIN database
Yes.
when the incident occurred in 2020.
Yes.
Then a few months down the road, a firearm was found and submitted to the NIBIN unit. The
Yes,
firearm
and
was test fired and entered into NIBIN.
Okay.
Then a lead was found.
Gotcha. So the firearm that you received from Jabari Howard, that was test fired and put into the system.
Yes.
And at that time, there was a lead that was found that said there may be a connection between this particular gun found in Tennessee and the scene at 926 Waverly Place.
Yes.
Okay. And then you asked them to do a confirmatory report.
I asked if they needed,
Analysis.
right, I notified them of the lead, and if they needed confirmation, then they were to submit a request for analysis form, which was done.
Okay. And then what is your analysis at that point?
At that point, I took the firearm as well as the fired cartridge cases that I fired from that particular gun and did a microscopic comparison to the item number 7 cartridge case that was found at the scene. A microscopic comparison is the only way to confirm a NIBIN lead. It has to be done with the physical evidence through a comparison process. This type of examination utilizes a comparison microscope, and essentially this microscope is 2 compound microscopes, and they're placed side by side and they're joined by an optical bridge. And this allows me to view 2 items under the same degree of magnification for comparison purposes. And when I'm doing this type of examination, I'm focusing on many features within the cartridge cases. I mentioned a little bit earlier of class characteristics. Class characteristics are measurable features of an item. They're predetermined prior to the manufacturing of the particular firearm, which is in this case a tool. In reference to firearms identification, some examples of class characteristics are things like caliber. They're not unique features, but they allow you to group these features into smaller ranges. For example, a 9mm caliber would be different than a .45 auto caliber. Those are class characteristics. Now, moving deeper, you get into individual characteristics. Now, these are your unique features.
Let me stop you here,
Yes.
Laura. You take these characteristics and you do the microscopic analysis, is that right?
Correct.
Okay. And then what do you do after you determine that it is similar?
Well, in this case, like I said, we knew that there were similarities because a lead had been found.
Okay.
So I am moving on into a microscopic comparison. So I'm focusing on these individual characteristics.
Okay.
And these are imperfections or irregularities that can occur when the tool, the firearm, is being manufactured or through wear and tear and use and abuse of this particular firearm. But most importantly, it is these imperfections and irregularities that can generate or create a unique, keyword, unique microscopic pattern that allows me to identify cartridge cases that have been fired from that specific firearm to that gun.
Okay, thank you so much. And we're just gonna, on this one, you generated a report after doing all of this.
Yes, ma'am.
And at the end of this report, on this page 1 of 2 of State's Exhibit 166, the corrected report, after doing everything that we just told to the jury, what is your finding at the bottom of State's Exhibit 166? Can you read it?
Based on the agreement of class characteristics item number 7 in DPD 20-3830 and a test fired cartridge case from item F1 in DPD 21-0159 were microscopically compared. The fired cartridge case was identified as having been fired by the item F1 Smith & Wesson pistol based on the sufficient agreement of individual characteristics.
Okay, so in the end, the cartridge casings that have been entered into evidence, or the one cartridge casing number 7, State's Exhibit number 70. Looks like a 7. This cartridge casing, the one found at the scene here in Dallas, microscopically matched to the Smith & Wesson that was delivered to you months later.
Yes, that is correct. And I do have my markings on this packaging, identifying the case number, my initials, and case item number, as well as the date.
Was that the conclusion to your report, except for the correction on the serial number?
Yes, ma'am. And I would like to add that all of my microscopic examinations, comparisons, and results are also verified by another firearms examiner as part of our quality assurance program. And that was done in this case as well.
All right, Laura, I appreciate it. I'll pass the witness.
Cross-examination?
You need these?
Ms. Fleming, so what you did in this case was you tested and looked at one cartridge.
Item number 7, yes.
You didn't look at the other cartridges.
I did not.
And when somebody comes back and looks at your work, it's somebody who works in the same agency as you do.
I'm sorry?
Somebody who confirms your results.
Right. They're confirming my microscopic comparisons, which in this case would have been the test fires generated from the gun to item number 7.
Is that a coworker?
Yes.
That's all I have.
Nothing further, Your Honor.
Make sure you be finally excused.
Yes, Your Honor.
No objection, Your Honor.
Very good, thank you very much. You may stand down. Please make sure you don't have any exhibits with you. I want to make sure you don't take anything that has a state sticker on there.
Okay, thank you.
Ms. Mitchell?
May I approach, Your Honor?
Sure.
Thank you, Laura.
Testimony, and it's close enough to the end of the day that we're going to stop for the day. We're going to continue to work on some things, but we don't need you for that. So I want to tell you thank you for paying attention today. I'm going to also let you know that you need to continue to follow the instructions that I've given you. And when you go home, people are going to be asking about this case that you go home to. You're not allowed to talk about it, and there's really no exceptions to that rule. Please don't discuss the case even among yourselves. Please don't drive by any offense locations, or if you happen to find yourself near any of these locations, I want you to go a different way home. I'm not sure where you guys live or what you're going to be up to, but I want you to enjoy the evening. Be ready to come back tomorrow morning, and we will start testimony at 9 o'clock. We can't start testimony until everybody's here, so please be here at 8:45, and we will begin as soon as we can after that. All rise for the jury. Court's in recess. may be seated. Before we break for the day, is there anything we need to put on the record?
No?
All right, very good. And that's all for today.
Give me a second.